close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you.
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Fala rapaziada, Biel muito calmo aqui, jogador da Pichal Gaming, e hoje eu vim dar uma dica pra vocês, que é quando você quer pegar uma info, rapaziada, atrás de alguma construção, atrás de alguma parede, pra você não dar aquele vault indesejado na frente do seu inimigo, rapaziada. É só você vir nas suas binds e alterar as teclas que por padrão vêm juntos, rapaziada. Então você altera aqui, ó, a do pulo, altera a do vault, que não vai mais acontecer esses probleminhas e esses vaults indesejados, rapaziada, ó. Que agora, ó, nada de ruim vai acontecer comigo. Tô pulando, não vou dar o vault indesejado na frente do inimigo. Essa foi a dica de hoje, rapaziada. Espero ter ajudado. Valeu, até a próxima.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Flood from Team Falcons. Today we're going to be going over a tips and tricks video. We're just going to do a quick tip and it's regarding movement. When it comes to proning in PUBG, proning is quite a slow process and not many people use it in team fights or in any fights because it makes you so vulnerable. But there is one small thing you can do to make it a little bit more useful, and that is by crouching before you hit the prone button. If you crouch and then prone, it will make you drop down faster, so as long as you time it properly, you can swing a corner and be proned instantly. This is a really good trick for catching your opponents off guard, and I hope it works for you guys.
Yo, what's up, Tickleton fans and haters? What's up? What's up? We're back with another PAS. We got to do a tips and tricks video for you guys, and my biggest tip for beginners or anyone that just doesn't know it, that makes a huge difference, is reload canceling and Most people will know it, but if you don't, it's a huge, you know, thing to boost your gameplay. How you do this is you pretty much just reload the second, the number of your ammo. So it says 34 on my screen. The second that changes, you can actually reload or unarm your weapon. So my unarm is T, and then I press 1 right after, but technically you can just press TT, I think. Okay, I don't know how to do that part, but if you just press your unarmed key and then 1, bring out your gun again, whatever your gun keybind is, it will instantly reload your gun a little bit faster. As you can see, I did it right there. It's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. You can do it with most guns. Some guns like the VSS, some stuff like doesn't really work with it. But again, you just unarm your weapon. So I think default is X, and then press 1, bring your gun back out. So you do like, you know, T1, 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 X1, X1, and you can mess it up. I'm gonna show you how to mess it up real fast. You know, well, I didn't mess it up. All right, but anyways, just to show you how much faster it is. This is the regular reload. As you can see, like he smacks the bottom of the mag, and when you do this, it just completely negates that. And this is really important for hot drops and stuff like that, and especially with your AR. Also, bonus tip: if you have your AR in slot, the bottom slot, I know it says 1 for me, but the bottom slot, your gun will come out faster. So the reload cancel will actually work even more.
Hello everybody and welcome to PAS number 4. I am Matrima, joined by Gibson and Porosaurus. We're going to be taking you through 2 days action, as it should be an action-packed one. Group B, while it had some pretty cool spicy moments that were happening with it, let's be honest, wasn't the highest point generating group, and the other 2 groups in A and C have been very, very dominant in their performances, as we're going to have some pretty cool things to look at. Oh, Gibson, you're shaking your head no. What you got on that one?
Oh no, I was agreeing. It's just the jitters. It's late at night. I've had my like energy drink. I'm ready to go. That's all that is.
I was gonna say, I was like, we getting started spicy right off the get-go. Poro, man, good to have you back.
It's good to be back. Yeah, no, I'm apparently I just needed to leave it to the last 3 games for Falcons to just decide to actually show up to the ballpark. But man, that's one hell of a way to finish the day, isn't it?
It's I mean, you gotta admit, they've got clutch mentality. It would be so great if it's starting to become kind of reoccurring, right? It's like, do they just need to go? Do Falcons just need to go and then like cosplay that they're playing the group stage for a day earlier? Just like sit down, play some like random games, and just call every opponent that they're going against TSM and Sonics, and just get it in their brain that they've already gotten done with the first day, so that way they can just move in. Gibson, I don't know. They managed to get there, but every single time it feels like they got to make it a nail bite.
It genuinely feels like they just made the decision that they were going to start trying to win. Like, to me, when you watch their gameplay in the first 3 games, well, I suppose it's the first 9 games, it looked rusty. They weren't playing great together. They were getting punished, and then they were kind of like, you know what, guys? I don't fancy playing next weekend. Let's get a couple of results and qualify straight for the grand finals.
Well, we got some big guys coming in today, as yes, we've been talking a lot about what's going on with Falcons, but they are not playing today. Instead, we get Toyo, who put up a massive amount of points on their day, Gas Cans, who put up a ton of points, Sonics, TSM, Bestia, Potentially Dangerous. Even that we have a ton of just solid squads in here that are now all going to be competing for the top 8 spots. Legacy and Wuju 2 were kind of in a cusp position of having to sit back and watch what's going to be going on today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Legacy get kind of kicked out of point, but Wuju 2 might be. I'm going to have to kick it back over to you, Gibson, though. We do have another team that was causing a lot of hot drops in Donkey Destroyers. Are we going to have more hot drops, you think, today?
100%. Look, it's this stage of the tournament. We've got 2 new groups going together. Again, A versus C. There's going to be hot drops because teams are going to want to take down these positions. Genuinely, when you consider the fact that there is a, last chance qualifier, it kind of increases the chances of those hot drops. I feel like if it was LCQs this weekend, you would not see as many at all. But hot drops ruin both teams' games 9 times out of 10 because nobody gets out unscathed. But for entertainment's sake, I hope so. I'm going to get my timer out again to keep a good eye on how long these hot drops last as well.
9 times out of 10. Say that to the squads yesterday. It was dramatic for some of them, making their lives significantly harder, but there's still the last chance qualifier sitting for everybody. You can also see that we are showing you guys all the PGC distribution points, how everything's going to move forward. This is our present PGC standings, as Falcons do have the most, but again, they're probably qualified in. It gets really hard to say who officially is qualified and who hasn't. So we start getting into the last couple of games, but they're feeling pretty good. Luna Galaxy is a squad that they were kind of suffering yesterday, or day before yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. 13 points for Luna Galaxy is not what you need. But and again, like, it was just the same issue that a lot of these teams were having, which was just dying early. Like, there was quite a few teams that just could not find the late game. I mean, the Kraken had the longest average survival time for like 7, and his was like 17 minutes. For all of Luna Galaxy,
statement, isn't it?
Well, but that's nothing. You look at Pat Caps' average survival time was under 10. So, but somehow, where Luna Galaxy left with 13 points, Donkey Destroyers got 29. So, like, it's Donkey Destroyers, like, obviously they were getting involved in the hot drops, they were dying early, but they were getting points for it, and so, they were able to get Snake at least 30 out of a pretty bad day. So if they can turn things around today, I would think they could make a run, but man, it's just a question of can they avoid the early game fights, right?
Good old Pat Cows and Pat Traps coming in. That was his thing all day yesterday, dude. He was making so many Pat Traps. Okay, so let's look at the overall leaderboard. As you can see, kind of the situation of what's going to be going on. Remember that we have the entirety of Group B that is done, Gibson. So they're just going to have to sit back and watch. Most notably, keep your eyes where we're looking at with Team Falcons, Wuju 2. But then it starts to get a lot more dicey down around Legacy. We've been hearing, 65 to anywhere to 80 points, depending on how these point sponges work, right, Gibson?
I think Wuju 2 are not going to be comfortable at all, because when you look at that leaderboard, Gas Cans will likely pass them out today. Toyo will. Sonics should pass them out. TSM should pass them out. So already that puts them down around that 8th spot. Then you've got a roster like Bestia, which, could easily get the, more than 37 points in a play day. You've got Friendly Fire, who can do it. Elevate can do it. So there is a chance that 81 points is not enough. Now, it does take a lot of teams playing well and one team not dominating for that to happen. This is the Americas, so would it surprise you if Sonics go out there and win 3 out of 6 games tonight, and because of that, the qualification points threshold is a little bit lower? But I'd say the top 3 are locked in. Everything below that can still change.
Yeah, it could get a bit dicey. It's all going to depend on how the point spread comes across these squads. So if you see a couple of the teams that are a bit lower start getting more points, that's really going to affect where we start to see that the break line kind of hit in with everything, right? So you can see these are the groups that we're going to be looking at today, is Group A and Group C. I mean, Boro, we've kind of gotten an idea because we've seen them both play already, but you have any, underdogs that you have your eyes on?
Yeah, so I think you look at Elevate, right? They had 3 really bad games and then 3 really good games, right? So the consistency wasn't really there, but you could see that they have the ability to get to the top 4. The kills are a little bit lacking, but I think Elevate has a good shot at making a run here. I'm curious to see if Toyo and Working in Silence, these games, the teams that had a really big day one, can they keep that momentum going? Gascan's another one, potentially Dangerous, another one. I think these teams were kind of, maybe not Gascans, but the other guys were definitely kind of shocks to the rest of the lobby. Just like, oh wow, they're actually performing a lot better than maybe we expected. But can you keep that going for 2 days in a row, or are you going to come back down to earth? And if you do come back down to earth, are you going to come back down so much so that you kind of lose out on any benefits that you would have gotten from that big first day? So it's going to be interesting to watch the teams that had a really bad first day that we were expecting better things from, and then the teams that we weren't expecting much from that had really good first days. Will they be able to keep that up?
Coming back down to earth, Luna Galaxy, one of our squads that's looking for some PGC points to try to make their way over there, are definitely not in the galaxy. They are about as down to earth as you
Nah,
can get,
man.
Gibson. Well, what do you think? Do you think that they still got it in them? Do you think that they can right the ship? Because, I mean, we saw it with Falcons yesterday, but they're going to have some big games today.
They have the talent to do it. However, this is a harder lobby today than what Falcons had yesterday, being real. With the fact that you have so many teams that are already in the top 8 ahead of them, it's going to take a miracle because Sonics are going to win maps today. Realistically, TSM will probably take one. You know, Bestia are capable of it with their new look roster. I don't think we're going to see them in the grand finals based on this weekend, but in the LCQs, they certainly will be able to progress. But I think it's very unlikely. I hate being negative. You know this about me. I hate being the one to kind of put a coffin nail in a team.
I'll do
but
it.
I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Poro, go. You do it for me.
Right,
Poro,
the
do it
floor is
for me.
yours, Poro. Have fun.
All right, who are we putting the nail into here? All right, I look, Bonded Gaio, I think is a little bit they're lacking there. Luna Galaxy and 55, I think definitely underperformed.
You just come out swinging. We're talking about Luna Galaxy. You're just like, I'm just gonna pick this guy, punch this guy down a little bit.
Hey, man, I'm just keeping it real, all right. So I think, but I'm look, I think. Yeah, I think Luna Galaxy, I think 55 definitely underperformed. I expect them to do a lot better here today. Will they do enough to make up for what was a terrible first day? Probably not. They might get close. We'll see. But I think Friendly Fire will do well again. I think Bestia will do really well again. Obviously TSM we expect, and then it's just a bunch of question marks after that. It's you know, can the teams that kind of had that surprise first day, can they do it again? Or will they be surpassed? So, and then obviously there's always that Sonics question mark, right? Like they started turning things up a little bit towards the end of day one. So will they come in here today and just turn the lights out on everybody else and soak up all the points? I mean, it would be helpful for a lot of teams if they would, but we'll see if they will.
Well, looking through, if you're a Legacy fan and you really want them to qualify sitting at that 65 points, teams that you're going to be cheering for are everybody ahead of them and a whole bunch of random teams down at the bottom, hoping the fact that the teams down the bottom get kind of separated out in points, and then the teams at the top just continue to amass. That's really the only way it's going to stay safe right now. If we start to see specifically the middle of the pack start getting some diversity in wins and high kill counts, it's going to get really, really complicated for those that are on that cusp position. So looking in, squads that are going to be big problems as we're going into this first game. Of course, it's going to be Sonics right back behind them. It's going to be TSM, Potentially Dangerous, Bestia, Working in Silence, Friendly Fire, Donkey Destroyers. All the squads we've been talking about between the different days because they've been doing some crazy wild stuff, Gibson. That is going to be hard.
Legacy ain't making it, dog.
No.
They're not going to make it.
But you did say if you're a Legacy fan, the good news if you're a Legacy fan is you will get to watch them next weekend. You'll get to see more of them. So there's always a silver lining. Look, FaZe didn't make it in Europe. Like there's always going to be one big team that has to go through LCQs. Look at the Twisted Minds in Europe. It seems like they're always in LCQs like consistently, but they always make it to the grand finals of every single event they're playing in too.
Just means the fact that they get to be more warm, right? They don't have the week off. They're staying practice. They're staying good to go. But you know who else is good to go? Our plane. It is up and in the air, getting us set and ready to move into our first game of the day. Groups A and C. This one should be spicy. A ton of fun. Gibson, Poro, are you guys ready?
Nope.
Born ready.
Gonna need about another 10 minutes here. Let's put a pause on that plane if we can. Oh man, they're not pressing the pause button. I guess we have to be ready, Gibson. Let's go.
I was born ready, mate. But the flight path kicks us off from the south to the north, Poro, on Miramar, which is traditionally the slowest map in the pool for any single tournament. But yesterday, we were going into phase 2, -2, -3 teams. It was kind of nuts. And do you want to know something? As an agent of chaos, I really hope that trend continues today.
Yeah, I mean, we it's funny. We were remarking on day one how Erangel has kind of turned to be very early bloody games, but yeah, Miramar's kind of getting a little bit spicy as well. So it could just be the group stages. These guys just want to get in there and try to get on top of each other as quickly as possible. And it looks like we're going to have it again because Donkey Destroyers, they loved hot dropping so much, in fact, that they're going to do it again.
I have to get the clock out again for the timer. It was a trend yesterday, and we're going to keep it going today. I don't know if
this is the team you want to do it with, though.
You know what? I wouldn't mind. As I said, this is the one team I'd love to play on. Like, could you imagine the fun you would have on Donkey Destroyers? Not a lot of fun if you're oldest because you've already been taken out of the fight And inside of Minas, this is going to be problematic because Toyo draw first blood and have probably got the better positions.
That average survival time going down even more for Oldless, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know if this is the squad that you want to go up against, but I mean, Toyo, their day one was absolutely nuts. But I mean, it was nuts because they were able to survive so long and late into games. Oh, he was waiting for it, dude. Benya just keeping a peek. Cerberus will survive for now, but oh, did he spot out Pat Caps? Yeah, he sees him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any scope on the gun at all. He's using the iron sights on the AK, which is probably some of the more difficult ones to use inside the game. Cerberus looking for some meds. Tuamas with none to go with either, but he does have the K9, which hits pretty hard if he can land those shots, but meds is the problem. Cerberus doesn't want to overpeak with the M249.
I don't know if you want to be getting into peak battles with 14 HP, but that's the situation Tumas finds himself in. It looks like Pippa going to go up there and try to 1v1 Pat Caps. Cerberus just holding that angle on the side here. Pippa, he found him, but I don't know, does Pat see him? Pat's not even looking yet. Pippa just waiting for him. Yeah, GG Pat, you might be done here. Oh no! Oh, he got SKS'd.
Yeah, you have to realize it takes 3 to 5 business days for those SKS bullets to actually hit their target, and this is the weekend, unfortunately.
Oh my god, you're not lying. That did just took forever, and unfortunately he had him dead to rights. But now, I mean, if nothing else, that takes Pat out of the fight because he's got to lie prone, essentially. He's got Capitan and Pippa just right on top of him, and a nice grenade will get him down to about half HP. And we're going to try to push him with the Vector. It looks like Emmy going to provide some support. Pat from range. Can Emmy find it? How is he still alive? No. Capitan will spot out Cerberus. He thought he was being sneaky, but not sneaky enough.
Yeah, Cerberus thought that he waited long enough that maybe Toyo would stop and, forget about him, but with it 2 minutes exactly since the fight started, it is won by Toyo. And here's the kicker. All 4 players alive, and this is what they were showing on day one. This is the sort of form this team has, and to be real, when you look at the team that they have, Poro, it's some of the best players from South America. You've got 2 of the best Argentinians that you could probably have, and I feel like it's a team that are on a bit of a revenge tour. Like, you think about what happened with Capitan, at the end of last year with him and Benya kind of getting dropped and him putting this new team together. This is a proper revenge tour team in South America.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we were talking about on day one, Toyo, they were kind of outshined a little bit by a few other teams in the lobby during Esports World Cup qualifiers, but they looked solid. They looked really good. And then I think that they definitely improved their roster by picking up Capitan for this tournament, or for this qualifier anyway, and it's showing, right? Like, they look awesome. They look great. I think I questioned whether some of these teams that we were surprised by having really good day ones, if they would be able to put another day like that together. Toyo's not in that conversation for me. I expect them to do well here again today. They just, I mean, it's I don't know how many more praises for Toyo I could sing at this point.
Yeah, and one more point, and they'll pass out Wuju too as well. At that point, as we kind of just said, they're already through. They have nothing to worry about when it comes to playing in grand finals. A team with a lot to worry about, though. Bonje de Gallo didn't have a great first day. We spoke a lot about Luna, but Bonje actually had a better day than them, but they have a long ways to go. Thankfully for them, there is the LCQs. It's not a straight one and done. But TSM, how consistent were they? Actually, consistency is the wrong word, because it was either double digits or nothing yesterday for them, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was another team, like, everybody's expecting them to do really well, right? Especially after the performances they've been putting out lately. They just look like they're firing on all cylinders. They're also one of the teams that understands, we don't have to approach a regional lobby like we approach an international lobby. We can be more aggressive. We can get involved. We can take fights and feel confident about it. So, that just all was on display yesterday. I mean, who needs placement points when you get 47 kills, right?
Oh, man. Honestly, ever since they got the added sparking to that team, they all play on the front foot now. Even Kurt plays way more aggressive than I can remember him playing in the last 3-4 years, because they play on the front foot now. And look, they get rewarded for it more often than not. Working in silence on the rotate, and Rats might be able to capture out Souls as the Murado will flip around, tags him for 21. M249, I think he popped the tire there too, and it's forces the spin out, so chance for Rats to catch Souls.
That would be a big loss for Working in Silence as well. Souls has been a big player for them, but good stuff from Despoon. Obviously, accuracy through volume when you got the M249. Easy peasy, as looks like Technosh is just going to leave. Yeah, Souls and Fauna were really big surprises for Working in Silence on day one, so it's going to suck losing them here first. And Rats, they definitely would like a better day one. I mean, I know Gats has to be frustrated. I mean, he was dying super early, 0 kills in day one, and that's not Gats, right? That's not the type of player he is. So definitely expecting Rats to kind of right the ship and start putting things in a good direction here today.
Yeah, I feel like Souls lived up to his name there a little bit though, and sold for his team. Like, why would you re-peak? Why would you re-peak at M249 where he's just holding mouse 1? You don't re-peak that after taking some damage, but you know what?
Look, he's new, you know? Like, he's still got to figure some stuff out. It's the little things. It's the little things.
You know what?
He's confident, though.
He just didn't know Rats. He just didn't know Rats. If it was any other team, they might have stopped holding mouse 1.
That's true. I mean, he's confident. He's like, look, I don't care if he's just hard scanning me with an M249 with left click pressed down. I still think I can win that. I know I hit the headshot.
And even when you die, you tell your teammates, you'll tell your teammates you hit the headshot. Like, how did I die there? I hit him in the head. What are you talking about? And you've got that one friend who will go back on the VOD and point out the fact that you did not hit the headshot. But
definitely did not hit the headshot.
what about Sortito? We found out in the pre-show that Matt had Sortitos in his cabinet. He's just been waiting to feast on them, and you kind of said that the rest of the lobby had been feasting on them already. So why wouldn't Matt join in?
a little bit if the plate is set, why not eat? Yeah. At the end of the day, though, like, again, it's a whole squad of guys that have, this is kind of their first time playing at in this, you know, group stage with these high class teams or high tier teams. Like, these guys, all 4 of them, I think this is at least their first time since PAS 1. None of them have qualified or played in the PAS or any of the Esports World Cup qualifiers up until this point. So, you know, having 25 points after one day for a brand new squad, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, I'm impressed. At the end of the day, it's difficult to get points in this lobby. They're in 17th place. They've already done better than some teams who have already been eliminated from the fight. Kickstart getting pushed here potentially by Luna Galaxy, who are just scouting out this compound. Tig not too far away though, which is always a good thing for the Sonics, but we're getting ready for that first zone shift, and I love that Rats already have the E pickup ready, so if this shifts hard to the south or even centers in on Los Leones, they can be in the sky and ready for it whenever that does pop.
Now they're ready to go, and there you go. Okay, we're gonna go just to the southeast of Los Leones. A lot of empty real estate there right now, so Friendly Fire actually has their kind of pick of where they want to play. We'll see where they decide to go. Looks like they may be heading to the compound, and Outlaws actually in a pretty decent position too. So that's great news for Outlaws. They need all the help they can get. I'm interested to see where Rats go. I think the play is to just probably hug that southern coastline and work your way north from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be the safest anyway.
Yeah, and I think that the likes of Luna Galaxy can make that rotate. Working in Silence can as well. Remember, folks, if you are watching and you have a spare second screen, !maps in chat will give you access to the map feed where you can keep an eye on all the macro plays of all the teams, as well as keeping an eye on the micro that are observers that will capture for you all day long. Kill Demo, a player who's flashed plenty of micro ability and ability to frag out in the past. Not quite got it going just yet for this 55 esports roster, but they did start to heat up towards the end of last night.
I mean, nobody on this team has really kind of had things going their direction just yet. I mean, the Psycho probably only the one, you know, with 5 kills. Everybody else 1 kill apiece, and that's just not that team. I mean, Kill Demo, Gubin, Hegan all have shown in the past that they've got it. Like, they have the ability to do well. Looks like Rat's not trying to go all the way south there. Instead, just going to go to the south side of the city, and they get away with it. So that's a pretty heads-up play there. We'll have to see if TSM, or I doubt Certito is going to want to leave. And yeah, actually, Certito going to spot out Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt was overpeaking, trying to capture rats, but I feel like Luke 12 should be able to get that res. The question for me is, oh, nice shots from Theros, gets that kill confirmed onto Birkin, and Pydeem knocked now as well. So for potentially dangerous, strong showing in day one, getting some points on the board nice and early here too, just outside Los Leones, but I don't think they're pushing it. But back to my point, my only fear for rats is if they have a Karen off.
Oh my God, Theros.
Yeah.
This cat is on fire right now. He did okay. Sexy's gonna be able to get the res, but they ain't getting Haze 10. Like, he might be able to. I don't know. But this is it looks like Slabby might be heading over in that direction to see if they can flush him out. But that's fantastic shots for a 4x MK for Theros here. He's giving Gaio everything they can handle.
Yeah, actually, I think that this is great because they've popped the tires here too, and Glock and the rest of potentially dangerous, they know there's only 2 players left alive for Bonjay to Gaio. This is a huge opportunity to get 2 more points on the board. Sparking, we see working in silence, did make their way towards Los Leones, just on the edge of it. He's trying to lock down this territory for his team, but I'm keeping an eye on the map because I want to see how aggressive potentially dangerous are willing to get.
Yeah, they do get the flush there onto Haze 10. Doesn't look like they're hopping in vehicles or anything. I mean, to be fair, they've got a really, really strong position where they're set up right now. Going to push out to take out those 2. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, I think, something you could consider doing, but, you know, might as well just hold on to your strong position, keep eyes on them, and just track where they go next, and maybe you go for them next. And yeah, there you go. So they know that Bonjay de Gaio is going to have to move once again. So keep eyes on that. Meanwhile, this out to the southwest is turning into a cluster here as you got Luna, you got 55, and you got half of a 2-2 split from Outlaws right on the edge of the circle, and then Sonic's just to the north of them too. So a lot of teams that are just right on the edge that have to find a place or a way to get in. And ooh, look at this 55 and bad waters already.
A lot of these teams need the points as well at this stage, so fights like this have to be taken. You have 2 members down for 55. Blue Zone Nade doing a lot of damage onto Hyaguin, but will be able to first aid through the blue. But Luna Galaxy, see, Luna don't want to overpeak this too much because they have an idea that you have that other team just a little further to the south. So Posa, he's going to move closer to that dip to get another sending it. I thought they weren't going to get as aggressive, but it turns out they want this.
Yeah, this is a tough call because I'm not sure what the read they have on all of this is, especially with the 2-2 split from Outlaws. Now, Sonics have already made their way in, but they're still just off to the north. They could get involved in this at any time. They're creeping over and they're looking down. No shots coming out just yet, but Luna does at least secure a little bit of room to play inside this zone. Meanwhile, Toyo, they're taking it over to TSM, and TSM already with 2 knocks.
Yeah, Halo, they actually ran over each other as they tried to make their way over here. There was the vehicle, I think, took down Halo, Luke 12 down, but I think Sparking will get Halo. There's enough smoke that Luke can get back inside, but Certito and Toyo want a piece of TSM. Kurt, on the other side of the road, can't really do anything about it. We're seeing Technosh and working in silence, making their way inside. Los Leones a little deeper this time as well. Technosh taking it. Oh, that's a great nade. That nade should be... Oh, it bounced off the roof. No!
Oh, that is so unfortunate. And yep, there it is. And just about a foot too short. That one's going to go in, but Tech is on the move again here. So he's surviving. He's staying alive. He's hurting, but I think a lot of these teams have to be surprised by how many teams are inside Los Leones right now. This is more really a result of the circle than anything, how it just kind of cut the way that it cut. And I mean, you're not usually surprised to see a lot of teams send it into the city at this point, but these guys have been here for a while. Oh, Bell goes down, and oh, Emmy.
Alo's, that's a great nade by Emmy. He gets Alo flushed. Luke's get knocked as well. Remember, Sparking is the only player from TSM alive in that building. We're seeing even more utility getting utilized as Bonje de Gallo will fall in 15th place, but Higuain for 55 Esports, they need these points. The question is, can they get the Outlaws? Can Higuain, come on, you just gotta crouch, get through that window, break the glass. I think at this point he's leaving at phase 4, though. Look at the damage he's taking in the zone.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that the new circle popped, so now that thing is ticking a lot harder than it was moments ago. You can see Gump having to stop down and heal himself up just a little bit. Psycho on the move. They're going to find Nick, but Nick's going to trade it out. He's going to get one off of he again, and there you go. Gump will find Gubin, and this is kind of trading back and forth, and Gump will get the knock, but he's going to go down as well. So Outlaws, I think they're just down to Gibble and Curry, who's they're still inside zone right now.
Still, they've increased their points tally from yesterday by 50% now, going from 7 up to 11. So you know what? It's not a bad start. Yeah, it's not a bad start for game number 1.
Oh, you definitely take that. Yeah, I mean, while all of this plays out in Los Leones, obviously, Friendly Fire, Bestia, Sonics, all just laughing right now. Elevate in a pretty decent position there as well. As you see off to the southeast, they've got a lot of room to work around. We'll see what comes out of Los Leones. Gas Can's probably the only team that's inside the city, as Outlaws will, that other duo will get finished off by Sonics. Luna Galaxy down to just, how many do they have now? I think they have 1 alive and 2 knocked.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Outlaws would have had him dead to rights as well if Sonics didn't get involved. So for them, it's a little unfortunate. Sparking did get Luke back up onto his feet, working in silence now, making their way over to these 2 garages on the edge of Los Leones. No. And yeah, Bestia, look at how quick of a work they made of that one. Down they fall, and 3 kills for Bestia.
It's a beautiful angle there for Bestia. Unfortunate for working in silence, as they really had nowhere to go otherwise. Purdy Curdy still alive for TSM's, just dodging grenades. As you see, Glock from potentially dangerous. They've got a fantastic position on this high ground. We'll see if they can get some more kills from it. See if Theros can do some more work. I mean, he has been feasting with that 4x MK. So see if we can get a few more. TSM, meanwhile, they will lose Kurt, but they still have Sparking and Luke up. Not inside zone, though.
Yeah. It's very few of these teams are inside zone, Poro, to be honest.
Nobody wants to leave.
You're running the gauntlet. It's like Takeshi's Castle, trying to get from building to building without losing your life now inside the zone. I think, that's... Luke 12 will be disappointed he didn't capture Val there.
That's very close. Very, very close. Sparking going to get Toyo. Toyo actually taking a lot of knocks here. I think Emmy might be the last one alive, as Luke's finally going to have to move. Sparking would love to be able to flush those, but Toyo just not giving him the angles. But I think he should be safe. Nobody really up there to steal them away. Right now, they've got bigger problems to worry about. They've got to get inside this zone, as Toyo will finally go down. They'll get eliminated. And Luke and Sparking can start making their way into this next zone. They still have Certito and Rats off to the south, but they've got a lot more important things to worry about.
Yeah, and I want to look at Elevate though, and Friendly Fire and Potential Dangerous. These 3 teams really living their best life inside the zone. Certito now up against the Rats. Lowly will peek across, but that looks like Glock taking down Company Man, providing some covering fire as Elevate. Well, he's one. Actually, that was a little further away from the circle, but this is all getting a little messy. Phase 5, Rats now all inside a warehouse, trying to smoke their way out, but DraftKings catching Lowly through that letterbox window.
Oh, DraftKings so good. I mean, those Bestia guys are just monsters. And we'll see if Rats can rally here now that they got the knock on the Lowly. They're trying to find a way to get in here. The smokes from Certito are going to slow things down just a little bit, but not enough. Balefrost will spot out Valk. Or Volk? Volk? We're going with Volk?
Yeah, Valk.
Not sure. Yeah, Valk. There we go. Okay, Gats. There we go. Gats is on the board. Can he get 2 more? He's going to keep holding down left, but Laucha is not going to fall for it. But can they finish him off before he flushes Gats? He's waiting for the push. There you go. The Spoon with the M249 is making havoc over here. Oh no, Finn going to get caught out by Sparking rather.
Nah, caught it.
They had
more
things to worry about. Oh no, he's got the angle too. Look at this. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Mime is the one to find that shot for Bestia. Now Balefrost will cross the road. Another nade tossed, but Maybe he'll get the kill steal if it does enough damage, but I don't think it will. Spoon drops another 12, and just like that, that is the end of Rat. 7 teams left alive now. Every team that falls is an extra point for everyone inside the lobby. But TSM, 5 points on the board. Be lucky to get a few more, maybe if you can creep it in. But the teams that are in the best spot,
that's
Friendly
unfortunate.
Fire, Elevate PD.
Yeah, Friendly Fire. So we didn't get to see this on camera. It looks like Sonics tried to go for the crash to the other side of the street. Page still on the top floor. They did lose Tig, and it looks like it might have been because of a vehicle flip, so that sucks. Hate that. But now Friendly Fire going to try to take the fight. Try to see if they can provide some support to Page here. Penta going to get shot right out of the car by Shrimzy. H1 will get traded down by Page, and he's going to get flushed out as well. So Shrimzy and Kickstart, the last 2 up and alive for Sonics. Kickstart has to stop down to heal up, though. While the rest of Friendly Fire trying to make the move. Shrimzy not going to let it happen, though. He spots out Page.
Yeah, and the other 2 members of Friendly Fire likely going to just do their best to stay alive on the other side of the road now. Not going to risk your life to get the res. Kickstart will get a great nade on the Penta, though, and that changes things now. Michael might need to provide some covering fire from the other side of the road. Genboy uses the first... Yeah.
Fortunately for Friendly Fire, Michael's got a perfect angle to do just that. So you can see they're still trying to find angles for grenades here. Shrimzy doesn't want to take the risk of going too terribly far here. Now Bestia, they want a piece of this. They had to make their way in. The new circle has popped, and they are not wasting any time getting in a good position, and nobody really in a position to stop them from doing it either.
And that's worst case scenario for the 2 Friendly Fire players in the shed. Mime does get killed, but it means that you've lost your covering fire. Michael now needs to focus on Silzen and Sharpshot on the other side of the road. Nades being tossed in, 32 damage, but good thing for Sonics is they should be able to find plenty more utility inside this building.
Yeah, that was a dirty little angle. Doesn't find it, though. Now Shimboy gonna get spotted, though. Kickstart, he has been on fire for the last couple of months, and he does not look to be cooling off anytime soon here. Bestia, they look to be comfortable. Oh my god,
Shrimzy
just didn't even get 5 feet out of cover, and Shrimzy roasts him.
IQ stole it, though. Elevate picking up that point for that side, so Sonic's not getting full reward for all the great work they're putting in. All these teams battling it out for this little sliver, or slither I should say, on the edge of the circle to the southwest. Up on the north, keep an eye on what's going on with gas cans and potentially dangerous as well, because Theros, who's been fragging, gets a knock on the Vox.
That was a hell of a grenade from Michael right there. Now Silzen gonna have to drop the blue zone down, and good read from Silzen to expect the push. And he will catch Michael out and now go for the res. So smart play by the wily veteran.
Oh, it's a great move for Bestia. 6 kills for them, as well as all the teams that I said could catch Wuju too are still really putting in a lot of work on this matchup. Shinboy, level 3 gear. Famas as well. Just keeping an eye towards Bestia. You've got Sonics close by, but Bestia are probably the easier target when you think about the angles here. Up on top of the hill, Theros still pretty close to gas cans, but a big rotate coming around the other side from Hello My Bad. That's worth keeping an eye on as well.
Yeah, this is huge for gas cans right here. If they can not take any knocks here, not take any losses to the couple of snakes here from potentially dangerous, they're in ideal position, because right now you've got, 3 powerhouses in a 2v2v2 battle down there in the southwest. Elevate still has good position, but you have to imagine that circle is going to force them into the open here at some point. Now, they do have vehicles that could probably get underneath, but gas cans, you got to figure, would still have the advantage with that high ground. That is if they don't lose anybody here to Theros or a Glock. And here we go, the push from Bestia. They're going to try to send somebody across the street again. Silzen will get at least, he got a little bit farther this time than Sharpshot did. But oh my god, Shrimzy is just going to, he does not care for IQ right now. IQ is looking at absolutely nothing but stealing kills away from here. It's working.
Oh, it's disappointing for Shrimzy, but at the same time, it does remove a problem player from pretty close by, even though you're not getting the point. Friendly Fire now, Shinboy's just trying to buy himself some time with the utility to get moving, because the blue zone is a problem. Penta getting ready for the peak as well. Double sets of drop weapons for Friendly Fire as they look to fight out from this position. But yeah, Go on. Drop
Cook
it,
it, cook
drop
it,
it.
cook
It
it.
hits, it hits. Oh, he gets one.
Oh, that was I mean, yeah, that was unfortunately for friendly fire. They didn't need to be putting two guys right there in Shrimsy. Oh yeah, they know what's up. They're pushing. They'll get the flush there. They're gonna find out Penna will go down to the double pumpy from Shrimsy, but he did get the knock on a kickstart, and we'll see if that yeah, DraftKings immediately running across the road right now. So gas cans they've spotted out Theros trying to stay alive. He's doing some damage, won't get a knock though. So well played there by gas cans, and that opens up the late game for them.
Yeah, Glock now running away, but gas cans, they've got the high ground, they've got the circle, things looking great for them. They're on 74 points as they make it into the top 5 now, and they're looking to force their way into the actual top 5 of the leaderboard as well. Gas cans, as I said, the high ground is great for them, but descending down these hills can be tricky at times, particularly if Kick decides to look this way.
Bizzler.
Oh no, Richie.
I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he just took damage and then went down to blue or what, but there you go. Hello, my bad. We'll spot out Glock, and that'll be it for potentially dangerous. Good game for them, though. And again, setting up really nicely here for Gaskins, even despite the fact that they've now lost Bizzler. But I'm curious to see what Elevate does here. They had the opportunity to maybe sneak around on the north side of Gaskins here, but it looks like Vox is looking over in that direction. They are not letting anybody sneak in and backstab them.
First team to move here is the team that could be in a spot of trouble, because it is a field circle essentially now as we get ready for that next zone shift. Kickstart holding on to the zone. It moves really favorable for gas cans, though. They're going to be one of the last teams that need to move. They've got the high ground, and this could be just shooting fish in a barrel onto the Sonics as they move out. Those smoke grenades being thrown a little too far away, and Hello My Bad will get rid of the mobility as well.
Yeah, Hello My Bad from this position right here is inside the next zone. So I mean, you can just see what they've got to work with here. Sonic's just they're gonna do their best, man, but it's gonna be really, really difficult to get out of this one. And it looks like they do have to be careful though. They can't tunnel too hard on Sonics here. They have to be careful about what Elevate is doing as well. So they're leaving Vox to keep eyes on them, as IQ has managed to move inside the zone. He's got a vehicle for cover. Smoke wall will keep Sonics alive, but I mean, where do you go once the smoke's gone here at this point?
Oh, good headshot onto Kick as well, and the blue zone's going to do for him as he looks to push in. Hikerman will capture Shrimsy, and down go the Sonics. 3 teams left. 3v3v1. DraftKings still alive for gas cans, but they should be pretty aware of the fact that he's here. One thing's for certain, Elevate will definitely know, because they stole all the bestia kills.
Yeah, I think this is just DraftKings going to feed this over to the zone and just not give that point away to gas cans. Yep, that is pretty much the play. Justice was the northernmost guy for Elevate, but he's going to get spotted out. And now it's just Empty and IQ out in the field. We'll see how long they can survive. This might be a situation where Gas Cans gets a win with only 4 kills here.
Hey, it's 14 points, maybe more, you never know. Hello, my bad. We'll confirm out 1 though, so it's 15 points potentially for Elevate. They spot out Empty as well. Nice shots traded back and forth, but there's the blue zone now forcing them to move further and further forward. Gas cans being pinned up on top of the high ground, but there's Empty. All Hikerman's got to do is time these peaks, but Empty will get the knock onto Hikerman, so we're all of a sudden in a 2 versus 2. Hello, my bad has a great angle, but IQ's already stepped on up, but Vox will catch Empty. 1 player left standing here, Poro. It's IQ. They know exactly where he is, but the blue zone is right there, but he does have that nice bit of cover.
Yeah, it's going away very quickly, though. It's just a rock. That's all he's got to work with. Hikerman's back on his feet. You got 3 eyes looking over in that direction, and that's going to be it. Gas Cans get another victory here. 7 kills this time.
17 points on the board for Gas Cans as they continue what was a dominant day yesterday. And I've always said this, for Gas Cans, the problem was never their ability to win games and frag out, because it's always been there, no matter what iteration of the roster. It's just been consistency. And Matt was just saying, we were talking about this yesterday with Matt. You did say, Matt, right, that they need to find a little more consistency to really break into that big 3 or big 4 inside the Americas.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like Gas Cans is finding more and more of comfort. Like, look at how they played that circle. They realized where the mechanics and the train were going to set up from. Even whenever they were rotating down to kind of take out a couple of like the stragglers that were hiding inside the rocks, you can see that they played into their safe sight lines. They knew exactly what to expect, just had overall great map knowledge. As that bowl was just a death trap for everybody involved. I mean, there was the big firefight that happened down in the southeast, but then Boro, it was just walking into a no man's land. And that's why everybody was scrapping over here in the south or southwest.
Yeah. I mean, you can take it even further back than that. I mean, Gascan's one of the teams that played out of Los Leones. They were the northernmost team in Los Leones, but they never tried to creep over. They never tried to get, involved in any of the shenanigans or fights that were going on in that southern part of the city. Instead, they just kind of held on to their position. They realized that they had a clean route to the high ground if they decided to take it when the circle decided to go there, and they got it. And then again, of course, just being really disciplined and clearing their lines, making sure that they cleaned up Theros and what was left of Potentially Dangerous. I mean, Potentially Dangerous was definitely potentially a game ruiner for Gascans there if they hadn't been disciplined about it.
Yeah, I mean, Potentially Dangerous has just been playing very, very clean, finding a lot of good potentials, workaround. A lot of our consistent teams that were in the middle of the pack, you can see Gascans, Elevate, Bestia, Sonics, Potentially Dangerous, TSM. That's all of our top. Toyo still managing to come out over there on the left side of the leaderboard, as well as the Rats. But this means that pack that are all in the hunt for the top 8 is going to get even spicier now, Gibson.
Yeah, it really does. Legacy sweating a lot now. Look, they know they're not going to make it to the grand finals through this stage, but it's that thing of, as long as there's still hope, you kind of worry about it. But all the teams that I mentioned earlier that could catch Wuju too picked up a nice tally of points in that last map. So things looking pretty good for them. I think Gascans looked phenomenal. And you know what? Elevate, they got 12 points out of a game that they didn't really have to do a lot in. They got a really good position early on, stole a few kills, and were able to just use the map as well to do a lot of the work for them.
This is one of the weaker times I think that we've seen coming up for Working in Silence. I mean, they've been pretty consistent across the board, looking around how they've been able to handle everything. So our top 8 presently sitting at Pachao, Typhon, Falcons, Gascans, Toyo, Wuju 2, starting to breathe a little bit, I guess, heavier, as now Sonic's a legacy. Also going to have to be keeping an eye on what's going to be going on with TSM, Potentially Dangerous, Bestia, Working in Silence, all creeping up back behind. Threshold still not the biggest quite yet, but you can see that TSM now directly tied up with Legacy means that their life is in a very precarious state for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're done. Like they're playing in the last chance qualifier. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But TSM again, obviously looking good. Potentially Dangerous, looking good. Bestia should be there as well. Working in Silence, I think they just kind of, we saw what their strategy was on day one. They want to try to play it really, really slow, really cautious, and just survive until the late game, and that is when they'll come alive and they'll start getting fights. Unfortunately, this time they weren't allowed to do that, right? So they try to send it in to center position where they could kind of turtle up a little bit, and just got absolutely decimated by Mime and Sharp Shot. So it didn't work out this time, but that's not to say it won't work out next time.
Well, next time we're going to be back on the exact same map, so we're going to take a quick break so that way we can get everything situated. It should be about 2 to 3 minutes, and we will see you guys in just 1 second.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
vida, viado. Caralho. Ah. Tio, também não vai ser fácil assim, né? Tomou capa? Morri. Oi, correga! Que demônio, viado!
Hello and welcome back to PAS number 4. We have gotten the first game underway, done, but now we are moving into game number 2, and I don't even, or what was that?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna let that one slide. Like, what was happening there?
I'm feeling myself. I'm dressed in black. I'm with my British friend. We're gonna be, or not British, Irish. Okay,
I'm out.
but,
See you guys later. Bye.
But look,
Okay, Gibson, how offended are you by that statement right now?
Look, I'm
10.
I've got a new name for our casting duo. Since I'm all emo and you're all like European, we're gonna call ourselves Panic at the Tesco. It's gonna be great.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was an R&B album you were bringing out with the chain and the black T-shirt. To be honest,
That's why I'm here.
All right, that's it.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
All right, I'm done with this conversation. Next map is already set and ready to go. We are going to be going over to Miramar. The planes. This is going to be the last Miramar for the group stage. So Gibson, Poro, just go do whatever it is you're going to do.
We're going to do. We're going to talk a lot of crap.
I was going to go to the Tesco and pick up some Zins because we write Zins, not tragedies.
Oh,
come on!
Oh,
there's like 3 people in chat that are loving this right now. I'm here for those 3 people,
and they're like, just, and they'll chime in with like, haven't you people ever heard of? You know?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Are we gonna have another hot? Is Elevate in Luna Galaxy gonna hot drop in Campo Militar? Let's go, baby! I love it.
Do it.
I want a Campo Militar hot drop. That's how you know it's group stages, man.
Mm-hmm.
When you get the Campo Militar hot drop.
Both teams like, yeah, we'll drop military. It'll be fine. And there's the AK again. Company man, let's go. Putting in the work. You know what? Has there ever been like a bigger Mr. Worldwide in PUBG than Company man? Because he's coached in Europe. He's coached in South America. He's played in South America. He's played in North America. He's played in Europe. I think he's coached in APAC as well. Like, this guy is.
That's most recently. That's where he found. Oh man, now I can't remember his name. And that's where he found Empty. Empty's from Malaysia, and of course, this is the circle that they get after that Campo Militar hot drop. And they don't even secure the. Did they secure the point? They did secure the point. All right, there's only 63 alive. We got it, but that's not great for Luna Galaxy. Sad.
It's good for Company man though. You know what? The funny thing is, I covered an EU gig just before EWC started, and Company man subbed in on the last day, and his team got like triple the points they got on the other days whenever Company man was playing. Not even lying.
Well, see, I thought you were going with the fact that, like you were saying, he's like Mr. Will, because he's bald like Pitbull.
See, balding's a bit of a touchy subject for me at the minute.
He is aerodynamic. He is not balding. It is a done deal.
When your brain gets so big,
great, man.
Yeah, when your brain gets so big, it pushes the hair out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All right. Well, potentially Dangerous and Rats. Of course, they have to be the 2 green teams. They're going to fight each other. Slabby going to come here and try to get involved. Looks like Donkey Destroyer is actually in the hot drop again with Toyo, but they're going to get ahead this time. So we got 3 hot drops going on right now. Love it. Game 2. Yeah. Why not?
For observers, which one do you want to stick with?
Yeah.
Potentially dangerous, getting really close. And yeah, there's the spoon. Great shot with the barrel. Gets the knock onto Slabby, and that'll be Theros falling now as well. So for potentially dangerous, it's just Teeny and Glock left standing. Never mind, just make it Glock. He's the last one alive. And for potentially dangerous, they don't need this. They're pushing to get into the top 8, and having rats absolutely ruining your second map, it's rough.
Oh, he had him. He had him. You hate to see that. So Finna with the happy feet will stay alive. Slabby gonna bleed out, it looks like. So yeah, it is all just down to 1. And Donkey Destroyers, they've taken out 2 from Toyo. So fortunately for Toyo, they've had a pretty good enough tournament so far that I don't know if this is gonna matter too terribly much. I mean, obviously you don't like it, but we'll see what Emmy and Benya can pull off here. But this is good for Donkey Destroyers, raising up that average time of survival. They've lasted longer in this game than they did last game, so that's a step in the right direction, right?
And you know what the scary thing is? That if they get the same points that they got yesterday, and maybe a few more, they're not a million miles away from qualification for the
really
finals
not.
either. Like
it's doable. It's definitely doable. Like if they could just, not hot drop for like 4 games, they might be okay.
But to be honest, you can't change your identity at this point. Like I'd be sad if they stopped playing the way they do.
Here's the thing: you absolutely can if you want to make it to the next phase. But again, I guess there's LCQ, so it's whatever. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
We got that safety blanket.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
Remember, guys, you can get the map feed open, ! Map, and chat. And Paul, if you look down on the map feed.
He did not.
Could you say? Oh yeah, he
hit
did.
That shot?
I think he did.
Holy moly!
Here's the question for you: would you say friendly fire driving down Ocean Avenue, if you want to keep the whole emo theme going?
All right, you know what?
Are you going to give me a yellow card for that one?
You're going too far, and I'm giving you a yellow card.
You're going to give me a yellow card? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I am here all day, and I am here to turn everybody against me slowly with early 2000s emo band references in PUBG. I'm here for it. That's what
to be honest, me, you, and Matt are the only ones old, and maybe Toffees as well are the only ones old enough to know all these songs. Cammy's way too young to get any of these.
Oh yeah, no, Cammy, yeah, he's like baby metal. Who knows? Cammy gets some of them though. He gets them every now and then. Toffees is in there though. Toffee's all about it. Me and Toffees know we both bonded over the fact that we both know all the words to every single Dashboard Confessional song. So,
Vindicated's a tune. Let's be real.
It is. It's real. All right. Well, looks like Valak is gonna get away from Bestia, which is not something that many people have been able to do. But in doing so, they're gonna give up a pretty decent spot. Considering how this circle is, considering how much water is in this this first circle, there's no way, right? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna fall for the trap that everybody falls into when they see this circle, and we're just gonna talk about more emo bands.
Why'd you bring it up? Why did you bring it up? Like I noticed it and I hadn't said it because I was like, you know what? If we just pretend and act like everything's fine. It could happen, but now you've ruined it. You've jinxed it.
I'm good at that. Also,
now I'm gonna have to go to my Spotify and look at what songs I have in my queue.
Well, sometimes everything falls apart.
You do things like that. It's just a walking, red flag, like Billy Talent would say.
Walking. See that Billy Talent? That was a little bit more Euro than I leaned, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. There's just not a lot going on right now, really. So this is what you're gonna get for the foreseeable future. Actually, Gas Can's getting a little bit close to Donkey Destroyer. This is late game Donkey Destroyers at this point. 7 minutes in, this feels like late game Donkey Destroyers. I can't wait to see what they pull together.
Not my Donkey Destroyers. But potentially dangerous, right? What's best case scenario for them? Because they're in Impala. It's pretty much center of the zone. I feel like he's in a building that's far enough away that it'll be a while before any of these teams make it there. So are you saying 2-3 points is kind of best case scenario, and if he gets the opportunity for an easy kill, he's got to take it? Or do you feel like maybe there's more?
Best case scenario, the circle just keeps falling on Impala and he can just hide in a closet for forever while everybody kills each other and collects placement points. I mean, there's an opportunity for him to get into a position where maybe he can. The problem is he's like in the dead center of Impala, so it's not really easy to. He doesn't have a spot where he can just kind of peek out and steal kills away from people or steal knocks or anything like that. But it's all about survival at this point. But the good thing he's got going for him is that it looks like Certito is pretty comfortable just kind of hanging out in the buildings that they're in, protecting anybody from getting into the city itself. So he should be able to survive a little bit later. It really just kind of depends on what these next shifts decide to do. As we see 55 fall under the purview of Sonics. Good shots from Shrimsy don't gonna land. But Psycho now looking over that. That's a pretty good 1v1 there. Those two guys are both pretty cracked.
Yeah, Psycho's great fun to watch on his day. Shrimsy, though, like I've been saying it for a while, I do think he's up there in top 3 to 5 players globally with how he's playing. I think. Oh yeah. You know, code drop.
Hey, look, a code drop.
Code drop, bottom right corner, enter your code, end the game, do it now, flashing lights, get it, code drop.
What are we giving away?
1 billion G-coin.
Let's go. Love that. Love that
and a
for
pretzel.
the winner. And one of those good
You made the
soft
pretzels though, to be
right?
fair.
Okay. Yeah, that's I'll take a PUBG crafted pretzel. Sure, it's delicious.
Did you say a PUBG crafting pretzel?
Crafted?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
We don't get paid enough for what we do, man. Like, come on.
I'm telling you. So you don't just wake up and spit gold like this. All right. This is years of I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, when you get to your age, you get forgetful sometimes.
It's true. I'm watching Sonics and TSM take shots at each other from 500 meters because that's the only thing going on right now.
Two of the best teams. Two of the best teams in the world, though, right now. When you consistency, Sonics just won EWC. Yes, that zone shift goes away from the island, so we're not going to be going there. However, it does work pretty good for potentially dangerous. 55 will be glad of that shift. Sonics, you can see off the back of that, they're going to extend a little further north now with that 2-2 split, because basically what they're doing is hedging their bets. So if it gets to a situation where the zone goes north, the 2 goes north. If it goes south, the 2 that are in the north go down to the south. It's hedging your bets. It's just a play for the late game.
Yeah, no, I mean, the one thing that I'm curious about is that we've seen some pretty aggressive plays coming out here early. I'm wondering how long TSM's going to keep this 2-2 split going, because that spot where Sparking and Halo in, I've seen that get crashed a million times in the past. And right now, Luna, things going from bad to worse. Here's Bunch of Gallo. Get the shots in there. Not going to get the knock, though. So Vinny surviving just a little bit longer, fortunately. And yeah, and he's got a vehicle there as well. So in the end, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I think Bonjita Guy will be really disappointed they weren't able to get that knock. Oh, Post has lost a tire, but thankfully the Bronco's going downhill, which, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Gas Cans fresh off the back of their victory in the last map. We've got Hello My Bad on a scouting mission. Hello, of course, playing from inside of Europe. It's actually later for him, Paro, than it is for me. He's on the very eastern side of the continent. Benya, he may be able to get a free one onto his compatriots. Oh, Hasten turned on him.
Oh, Benya. He's going to be mad about that one. Oh, and he should be. Yeah, he had him absolutely dead to rights, and unfortunately just going to straight up lose that battle. As yeah, Luna and Banja the guy. And look at Hello My Bad. It's just kind of sitting off in the distance like, hey, I'll steal that one. Yeah, free point. Hey, look, a cookie. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Well, although Certito is not here, but
yeah, I was about to say that. They're a bit further away. Kraken will catch Birkin. Down goes Birkin for Bonjita Gallo. So Luna, Kraken will get into cover. Haven will provide a little bit of covering fire towards Haston, who's now getting out of dodge. But yeah, Hello My Bad just needs one more shot. But Haven, yeah, you know what? Hello My Bad's putting in a hell of a lot of work. He's only got 93 damage, but I'm sure Luna feel like it's been a lot more of hitting them.
yeah, I mean, it's it's forcing them to have to play angles that they don't necessarily want to have to play. So, and actually, yeah, Hallow going to call in some reinforcements as well. They've left Vox behind because they have a great compound in the north. But yeah, let's get the boys over here and see if we can get some more eyes looking over in that direction. the points off of this final fight. Here's Elevate getting a little bit too close to Sonics. We'll take some damage there, but we'll escape without any knocks. Yeah, Sonic's doing their best to defend that 2-2 split that they've got going right now. Right now the north side is just absolutely wild, and yep, Hikerman will pick up another one there.
Yeah, and you're turning their attention as well on the Bonje de Gallos. Hazelton will go past the Bizzler, who's doing his best to add to his impressive tally so far. Honestly, I think when you're talking about the best players in the Americas, Richie B, who's rebranded now fully to the Bizzler, I don't think he gets enough respect. Like, I don't think he's that far off being one of the players that would be, going towards PNC for the United States. Like, he is at that level.
No, I'm glad to see him on this team. I'm glad to see him playing with good players. I think he's a phenomenal talent, and hopefully we'll see him at an international event here pretty soon. Again, was he on Third Eye whenever they went at PAS1? I can't remember now that I'm thinking about it, but
when Third Eye trolled Friendly Fire.
You do this.
Yeah, that one Third Eye trolled Friendly Fire by taking their logo and flipping it upside down.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
that does indeed track. But yeah, no, I can't actually remember if he was part of that team or not. Either way, regardless, Richie's been fantastic, especially at the regional level. Would love to see him get more reps at the international level, to where he gets comfortable and gets confident playing on those lands. So we'll see what happens. It's still if they can find themselves in after this one, they get 2 shots at PGS. Is it 5 and 6 now that we're up to? Yeah,
well, if they keep playing like they are, they're on with a chance. Great blue zone nade from Michael will capture Lowly. Taking a ton of damage. Valken will manage to get that first aid off, but Outlaws will put some fire into the back of Friendly Fire, which is what they don't need. Gibble will get the knock, and it's how rude of the Outlaws. Friendly Fire were trying to get themselves a nice little snack, and the Outlaws shot them in the back for it.
Oh, that absolutely sucks. You hate that when you go, but to be fair, once you start getting shot in the back like that, you gotta be quick about the decision that you make. And there you go. Okay, potentially dangerous. Will get eliminated. Certito gonna take another knock and another flush there, so that's gonna open up a little room for Friendly Fire to work around here. I'm not sure. Yeah, they weren't able to get Penta back on his feet. He gets finished off, so that is a loss that they take there, but they get the points for it in the end anyway. Good stuff just from Friendly Fire.
Going back to our naughty songs, they just couldn't keep their hands out of the cookie jar.
Couldn't do it, man. Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of what I was alluding to before. But yeah, you're getting shot in the back like that, especially when you're trying to set up for the push into the compound, and all of a sudden they're forcing your hand. It looked like they were just kind of trying to see if they could pause just a little bit longer. But end up taking the loss from Penta there. But in the end, they get the kills anyway. So you trade 3 points for Penta. We'll take that, I guess.
It's what I was saying earlier. There is like a magic number that teams will have in their head, what one player's life is worth. And I feel like, the 2 to 3, anything above 2, so 3 and 4 is definitely worth it. Zone shift will pop. Sonics have already collapsed into their full 4-man split. TSM,
that's what I'm looking at.
They want to get into a 4, but the problem is 55 are slap bang in the middle of them.
This is like that compound that Alo and Sparky are in is one of the biggest enigmas to me in PUBG, because it feels like there's some lobbies where you'll get 5 teams crashing that compound. And then there's some lobbies where everybody avoids it like the plague. And apparently this lobby is one in which everyone is avoiding it like the plague. So fortunately for TSM, they're keeping everybody alive. But this is going to be the crash for the dip, and Friendly Fire going to go down to Bestia. And Bestia, they took 1 knock, but they're going to be able to get Sharpshot back on his feet. So they'll be able to keep 4 up. That is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
so lucky
really
for
good
them. Fortunate for them that they don't lose anybody on that.
Yeah, really good for them now. They've got the position just on the edge of the circle. They can wait it out. Problem for them is Rats could potentially come this way. Shrimsy is able to capture Elevate as Empty was trying to make his way into the circle. You've got, I believe that's Donkey Destroyer still alive. 18
Oh,
minutes
no.
in. Is that right? Who's using the mortar? Who is it?
I mean, I believe it was TSM. I think it's TSM. It was coming from the south, but okay, MT gonna get oldest. Oh, the push with the Saiga.
Yeah,
Falcon Destroyers just always they're just producing, man.
I love it.
Content.
I love it. And here comes gas cans as well to really light the fuses. You've got Pat Caps and Tuamas holding it. You've got Richie B just below, and Empty's going to get dealt with pretty quickly. Yeah, Elevate. Why not? Where's my invite to this party? I want to come. IQ will get dropped. Justice is going to lose a ton of HP as well. Elevator wiped, and gas cans get 6 kills. They're up to 92, and they look guaranteed to get over that 100-point threshold on the night. What a performance from them so far. There's still 10 teams left with 34 players.
Gas Cans has to be sitting there like, how the hell did we get away with this? Okay, well, Hello My Bad isn't able to get across the street. Haven gonna spot him out. We'll see if right now they're going for a res. So Hikerman the only one really able to look over in Haven's direction. But his teammate is way off to the south, and he's got Emmy in between too. So Haven just causing problems for Gas Cans here. They might be able to get the res onto Hello.
I think they will. They should get it on. They're throwing enough smokes anyway so that it's going to look like there's a small fog over in this section of the map. Vox putting in some great covering fire. Even more importantly, disabling the vehicle too, which will be a bit of a problem. And we're getting ready for the next zone shift. Our Sonic's going to be the winners. Our TSM, or do we see Working in Silence being the big winners? Well, technically TSM are big winners here, but Sparking and Alo need to join up now with Kurt.
Yeah, this is tough. This is going to be a really tough. I mean, so okay. Ideally, I think what happens here is we see Kurt and Luke and 55 to an extent taking shots over Bestia, keeping them from peeking the ridge lines, and yeah, Sparking and Alo now in the vehicle. They're going to try to make their way across the field. They're getting shot at from just about everywhere. 55 doesn't have the perfect angle onto it though, and they'll get a little bit close. They'll get at least to the ridge line, and oh no, they lost a tire, so they lose an Alo, but they keep Sparking alive. That's actually, I mean, all said and done, that's not the worst thing that could have happened on that rotation.
It definitely isn't. You know, you lose one, but you keep 3 players up. You're inside the top 9, getting close now to those placement points. Gas Cans migrating now as they go a little further north this time, as you know, they've not really got much of an option with the way that the circle has kind of shifted away from them. Sonic's in a good spot as well. You know, 1 kill but 4 players up, and honestly, it's the sort of circle a team like Sonic's can really take advantage of.
No, they should be in a good position here. Right now, so Luna Galaxy has to go somewhere. I'm looking at Gas Cans, right? So Gas Cans have sent this 2-2 split. I think the goal here is to try to get multiple angles down onto 55 and see if they can get shots over into 55 and clean, get at least a couple of knocks here, maybe a couple of kills, and that might open up that spot that they're playing for them to move into. But it looks like they will send Hikerman back. They'll leave Vox in the compound on the north. So 55, I mean, they're in a great spot, but they can't really do anything but lie completely prone and just try to survive at this point.
Sometimes it works. How many times have we seen prone players managing to just stay alive for that little bit longer than they should? 2 kills for TSM, Sparking one of the most electric players in the world, keeping an eye on Best, you know. How much would he love to do some damage onto that team? Oh, this is
2 grenades.
This could be a problem for 55 Esports.
Nobody's even looked. Oh, yep. Come on, one more, Hello. You got it.
Luzo.
He's getting shot in the back. Oh, he's gotten shot in the back by Sonics. Psycho Jesus will stay alive for a little bit longer. Gubin will spot out Mime, and there's the blue zone grenade.
He's done.
He gets another one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is Hello My Bad. That is a beautiful play.
And it's just perfect for Gas Cans. He just fits in so well to how they identify as a team. Zone shift really doing nice things for TSM. Luna, you have Haven alive. You have 2 members of Luna alive in the middle of the circle. just doing their best to go unnoticed, to doing their best not to get caught out. But you got Gas Cans, Sonics, Toyo working in silence, all on that east or western side of the circle. They've now got to make their way in, and that's very difficult to read into play.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little wild here. So Gas Can's making the move over onto the 55 shack. Sonics has to leave their compound. They're gonna wrap a little bit farther south here, where they hear the shots from Working in Silence, but they know that Working in Silence isn't looking over in that direction. They've managed to sneak up right behind him, and look at Emmy. He's got the grenade in hand, ready to go. And now Sonics, once again, they're getting third party from range from Voxic. So Gas Cans actually have the angle onto this. As Toyo, Emmy gonna try to send the grenade in. Fanta gonna find Shrimzy. That grenade's not gonna fall where it needs to, though. Kickstart tries to trade back with Fanta, gets knocked very low. But this is, again, Sonic's just getting pushed from behind here by long range shots from Gas Cans. Okay,
yeah,
Emmy was
nearly a problem for Working in Silence there as well. Shrimzy down, but not out just yet. Nades being tossed, and Fana is going to get captured by H1. You know that Enzito was pushing out of the compound now to try to get the trade back the other side. H1 can hear the footsteps just below him. Stun grenade might just buy him a little bit more time. He's to your left. H1!
See him.
He's there!
Oh.
The smoke! Oh, Techno on the other side of the road with great covering fire. H1's crawling forward to work out where that last player was, but Working in Silence, 2 more kills, and another team that have really been silently putting in good performances all weekend long.
No, they've been great, and this is just kind of one of those examples of how is having that 2-2 split on both sides of the road has managed to protect themselves. Meanwhile, TSM, they're holding off the push from Outlaws with just Sparking, but do you really need any more? Sparking has about 1 HP, and he's got to go against Gump. Gump will make the push in. He will flush out Luke. Sparking waiting for him to peek around again, and pre-fires, and just like that, will clean it up as Sparking collecting all of Outlaws for himself.
Yeah, 5 kills for them too. They're up to 72 points. They're inside the top 8 as Legacy have dropped out now, just putting the rubber stamp on what we knew would be the case today. But all these teams getting closer and closer to that 81 point tally from Wuju 2, who cannot add to their score from yesterday as their group is finished. Mime spots out Gas Cans out in the open, and Hello My Bad will get picked up, cleaned up nicely too. Bestia up to 8 kills with 6 teams left alive. They've got a little foothold on the north section of the zone. But in 3, 2, 1, we get our next shift, and Luna still sitting a slap bang almost in the middle of the zone.
I mean, yeah, they're vibing. Bestia obviously feel like they're in the best position. Kickstart actually going to get the knock on a Hikerman and won't be able to flush it out, but you guarantee that Bestia sees that in the kill feed, and yeah, they're already on the move, trying to go and retake that position. We'll see if they can steal the kill away from Kick. Nope, Kick gonna make sure he finishes what's on his plate. Bizzler just off to the side. We'll try to send a few more grenades over here into Bestia. Isn't gonna find anything though. Bestia been really patient and striking at the exact perfect time every single time during this game.
And Richie B in a bit of trouble now on the other side of the hills. Sonics, nice angle towards Bestia, but this little, shack or this little base set of bales is not inside the zone. They've got to push closer and closer to Luna Galaxy. Bizzler's outside the circle now too. So for Bestia, this is just a bit of a pause. They're going to see what loot they can get from all the dead bodies, see if they can get some smokes, some nades, anything to enable them to push closer into the center of the circle.
And kind of different from what we were seeing on day one, where we saw so many full four-man squad battles in the late game. This time, everybody's beaten, everybody's broken and busted. Sonics and Bestia have 3 up, but everybody else down to 2 or less. As we see Working in Silence trying to find an angle onto Sonics, but that's just not there. And so they're going to look to start wrapping over towards the east, where they've got that solo player of Sparking. Now, Bizzler still alive. He's actually going to get the knock on a Mime. And we'll see if Sonics actually tries to do anything with that here. Is a great grenade from Draft King, though, right in his pocket.
And the smoke just blooms as well as it landed. But what a nade that was from Draft King. Might just buy enough time to get the res. I don't know. Did Mime fall? Looking at the kill feed, I think he's back on his feet. Mime is back on his feet. So 5 teams left alive. Solo for TSM. You have 2 for Working in Silence. And basically the strongest team right now is Sonics with 3 up.
And we'll see if the circle gives them any love here at all. As Bestia still has, they've got a lot of room to move around on that northern part there. But as you said, I mean, Sonic's in that perfect position really to kind of get angles onto that. Oh, that's great for sparking. Obviously great for Luna Galaxy, but there was pretty much no chance that Luna was going to be outside of this, wasn't there? But I'm not sure what Bestia's next play is here. I mean, it feels like he got across a road regardless, right? The Sparky will get spotted out, though.
Question is, how much utility do these teams have? Because they've been fighting for so long now, and
oh, Luna,
you're looking,
they're leaving.
Yeah, okay. This is a big decision for them to leave the shack. I think maybe they feel this dip's a better position to play, and you know what? I'm not annoyed at it. I don't think this is a bad idea.
No, it's not bad at all. And let's see, Technosh is kind of preoccupied with Sonics here, and Solds is going to have to hold off by himself the push. So Kraken coming over the top. He's going to take a lot of damage. Technosh is down. Solds trying to go for the... Oh, nice flash. Beautiful stuff from Haven. And that will be a 4th kill now picked up for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, 1-2 wombo combo as Sonics work together with Luna Galaxy to deal with working in silence. So it's a 3v3 v2. Bestia, 69 points for them. 9 kills, looking to make that double digits. But DraftKing peaked a little bit too far. Tigleton will get the kill. He wants to get the res on the kick, but time is becoming a problem. So he'll pick him up, run back around the corner, try to get his teammate back on his feet. But Bestia, same can't be said for them. They're down to 2.
Oh, trying to go for the res on a kick. Should be able to get him back on his feet. Shrimsy doing his most to make sure that Silson doesn't peek. And it's Kraken actually going to spot him and get him from behind. So another kill picked up for Luna Galaxy. They're coming alive here in the late game. Despite the fact that they were knocked down to 2, they have just survived until the end. But they are striking at the perfect time here. Mime now the last player up for Bestia. You still got 3 up for Sonics as they were able to get that res on a kick. But it's just, I mean, you look at, see what the ridge lines, just the terrain that Luna Galaxy has to play around here. As long as Haven doesn't get too greedy, they might be in a good spot.
Yeah, and Kraken's just been spotted out by Tigleton as he peeks up over the ridge line. 3v2v1. Mime's got the shield. You know, he'd love to do a number on his own team. And Haven, yeah, beautiful nade. Takes down Shrimsy. Kick will need to get some smoke down if he wants to get Shrimsy back on his feet. But here's the second nade. That one should confirm. It's a blue zone. I thought it was a frag, but the flames in the blue zone will combine. Shrimsy's a goner.
He's done so. That was a really well-placed utility there from Haven to make sure that they secured that. As you can see, he threw the Molotov one side and then threw the blue zone on the other side just to make sure that they had nowhere to crawl. And a 1v1 here with Tig and Kraken. They trade headshots back and forth as Kick gonna take the blind, or Tig gonna get blinded right as he comes over the top. But good stuff from Kickstart will take down Haven. And Mime actually getting involved too. He's gonna get the knock and the flush onto Tig.
That's bound to feel good for Mime as well, taking down Tigleton. So it's a 1v1v1 now. Kraken will use the broken up coop as a little bit of cover, and Mime gets another kill. He's wiped out the Sonics. And now he's in a 1v1. He's spotted out, and Luna Galaxy take the win. 17 points for them. Probably best case scenario for Wuju 2 that Luna Galaxy won that game. But what about Bestia as well?
I mean, Bestia looked amazing there at the end. They played that open field. They were so patient and striking at the perfect times. They held on to their dip for as long as they could after they won it initially. I mean, there were so many different times it felt like they should have taken a loss of 1 or 2 players, but they managed to keep everybody up until the late. And, you know, they almost blew it at the end. Almost blew it at the end in that push against Sonics, but they still end up coming out on top and at least surviving till the end there. And Mime he just lost track as a Kraken. There's not much you can do about that one. But really, really well played there by Luna Galaxy. But huge stuff from Bestia.
Yeah, great performance
so good to see you,
Bestia,
Luna Galaxy.
Hey.
Yeah, I know, Luna Galaxy, it's so good to see you at PAS4. I kind of wondered where you were. You just doubled your total points. So now finding some solid play in a very chaotic round is, again, this house, dude. It's Boro's used car lot. I never knew where it was on the map, but now I know.
I'm telling you, it felt like that the compound that TSM was in, that either gets crashed like this or this compound gets crashed like this. It feels like a luck of the draw, like a 50-50 coin flip as to which one is going to be the one that everybody decides to go to. But this time it was this one, and in the end it worked out nicely for Gas Cans. They got a nice little stack of kills for themselves off of that.
Bro, Sparking, my lord,
he's cracked
every single time. He just can always find a way to clutch up something absolutely nuts, Gibson. I don't even know. It feels like we haven't even come close to seeing what his max skill cap is.
No, and you know, there's a saying from a film that was, if you come at the king, you best not miss. And that is so true of Sparking. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. Genuinely, when you're talking about the best players in the world, I would put Sparking in that conversation as one of the most mechanically gifted players there. And he's only going to keep going from strength to strength. Like, it is scary how good he can eventually become.
Consistency stays. We now add Luna Galaxy in, but Bestia, Gascan, Sonics, TSM working in silence consistently here yet again, over and over again. Toyo also not finding the most of luck inside that round after an early start on it, and Donkey Destroyers finding some kills as they are wont to do, but the overall leaderboard is what has my attention, as I believe that we've had a couple of shifts. Now we have to keep an eye on what's going on with that top 8, Gibson.
Yeah, the top 8, it's looking really good for some of these teams. Wuju 2, 8 points clear of TSM. But look at Bestia. Look at potentially dangerous. I think the cutoff is going to be higher than 81. I think that we are potentially looking at the 86, 87 mark, which, if I'm not wrong, was roughly where it was in EMEA earlier today.
Could be. I mean, we have a pretty big drop off. I mean, sure, we've got TSM down just about 10 points behind Wuju 2, but then we have another drop down into Legacy at 65. Then it gets bigger down there at Working in Silence, but 4 games remain. So we have a ton of action as we're going to be switching off of Miramar, now making our way into those the other maps that we each get a one-off for. So add in a couple of spice before we make our way back to Erangel, but we're going to take a quick break. The way these guys can rest their voice, players can get situated, and we will be back in about 2-ish minutes. See you guys then.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
And welcome back to PAS number 4. Matchroom here as we're going to be making our way over into Tago with these two guys taking you in game. That's going to be Porosaurus and Gibson. Or we were just mentioning about the fact that we have 4 teams that are now over 90 points. Still on the chase, as we do have a couple of teams that have now shifted out. It is confirmed that Legacy will be going to last chance qualifiers. Shocked, I know. Who would have thought?
Hey, we had to talk about it at the beginning of the show. How, oh, do they have a 2 games in? They're done. Like, we knew it was going to be like this. It's just you're not getting the point sponges, right? Or you just got so many teams that are playing so well right now. I mean, there's what? Sonic's, Toyo, and TSM all, even Bestia, really all have an opportunity to finish over 90 points, which means that cut line would be so freaking high that it's insane.
Well, we have cut lines galore, but we also have a line that's designating where this plane is about to go as Tago is up and ready to go. We're going to go ahead and move into the map itself. You guys, take it away.
Oh, I really wish that we were on Rondo when there was 2 planes so we could say Matt was wrong. But no, it's just one line. It goes from the west to the northeast, Poro, and yesterday when we were here, it was north anyway. Yeah, you know, Matt, you're wrong.
I mean, that's what I do. I just tell him he's wrong all the time. I don't know. It doesn't matter what it's about. Sky's blue? Nah, you're wrong. It's actually clear. I'm gonna be one of those people.
Then the
How
mindset
many hot drops
you got
are we
to
gonna
take.
see though?
Yeah, one. But the mindset you got to take is like the one from Scarface. Like, I always tell the truth even when I lie. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, what a film that 100%. Was.
Scarface. Are you old enough to remember when they did Cribs and that was like the thing that everybody had to have a copy of Scarface?
Yeah,
in their,
I remember Cribs. The heyday of MTV when you'd Cribs and Pimp My Ride.
Yeah, not when they actually played music videos. No.
Wait, MTV was a music channel?
Supposedly.
There you go. Allegedly.
The more you learn. Well, it wouldn't be a game with donkey destroyers in it without having to fight in the first 2 minutes. So this time it's going to be against Potentially Dangerous, and he is potentially going to get the hell out of there. So maybe, yeah, okay, look at this. Donkey destroyers actually get to loot in relative peace and calm.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. They're lost.
I know. They're going to start shooting each other.
Yeah, but you know what? When we looked at the point tally, Poro, they're not a million miles away. Like, there's the leaderboard up on your screen. Donkey Destroyers, as you can see, are currently sitting on 32. Yes, it'll take a lot of luck to get into the top 8, but you look at the teams that are outperforming. Luna Galaxy, Rats, you know, MUT are not getting any more points. Ragers aren't getting any more points, nor are Orion. Like, even though their style of play is chaotic, whenever they're on it, they're on it.
Yeah, I mean, it is chaotic, but look, at the end of the day, as long as you can get points, right? Like, and again, I mean, this is a team that really feels like they're playing fast and loose, knowing that there is a last chance qualifier parachute just in case things go wrong. So, you know, kudos to it. It's fun to watch. I got to say that. Made our early games more interesting.
Yeah, and seeing as the early games are a little quieter this time, I do have a question for you, right? When you look internationally, Sonics have won, obviously they've just won EWC. They've won one of the more recent PGSs as well, whenever they won in Riyadh, I suppose, the previous time as well.
Sure
you
did.
look at the way TSM have been performing internationally. You know, Falcons maybe letting themselves down based on the talent they have. At what point do we start thinking that NA deserves that extra spot? Because gas cans can compete. We know that Legacy are good enough to compete. You've got this new Look Bestia roster, which can definitely put in a performance. Like, I feel like NA at the top definitely has enough teams to justify an extra spot.
I think it's an argument worth making. You know, maybe this is me just being a home region fan, but I think that we've been putting out a little bit better performances than China has recently, and you know, they're getting lots of spots. So, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, it's about a lot of different things, a lot of different factors, and I just want to see more of my teams there. You know, our North American teams, especially teams that can actually put something together and look good at an international level.
I'm gonna be honest. as Kildevil tries to get a kill onto Outlaws, but can't get it. I think that EU, or EMEA, and the Americas deserve an extra spot. Both regions, I feel, have been outperforming China and other regions as a whole, so, you know, maybe we'll see the day when that becomes the case. We certainly want a really good, strong lobby going into the grand finals, and looking at the teams that have practically qualified already, Paro, it's looking really strong. Like Typhon, who knew they were going to be as good as they've been? You know, Pichao looking great inside of the South, you know, for the South, one of the South American teams. Like, that's the big thing. South America has really come on.
Oh yeah, no, they really have. But I mean, that's the thing though, is when you start really looking at it, and I mean, look at our most recent international event. I mean, that lobby was stacked. It feels like every region is really putting out some really high quality, high tier PUBG. And, you know, despite the fact that we're doing really well, I don't know if there's anybody I can say like, oh yeah, like we should definitely have replace somebody like another team from this region, because everybody's playing so good. Like it feels like we're kind of in a golden age here, where all the, you know, really good players are all starting to get on the same teams, and it's not just kind of spread out amongst everybody, right? So you know, I think obviously APAC's rise has been the biggest most recently, but you know, Americas is up there. Like we're right there with them.
And this is a completely unbiased opinion, by the way. Like,
of course,
that's the way it is.
Well, and Europe is Europe. Europe's always Europe. Like they're always absolutely insane. Some of the like the best mechanical players in the world. It's just, you know, it feels like they just have a little bit of a harder time starting and getting kind of acclimated to the lobbies. But once they start kind of getting that more figured out, I feel like it's going to be, we'll be back in the EU heyday again.
I will say this, and this is defending Europe and EMEA as a region. I think it's if you're not a global partner team, Europe is the toughest region in the world to qualify out of international events. It's not even fair.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it is tough sledding for those boys. There's no, you know, you're not seeing anybody in their region get 220 something points in a qualifier, right? Like it's a little bit tougher than that. So, but yeah, no, they've got a lot of really top tier teams. But you know, again, you can be really good in your region, but if it doesn't translate to international at the end of the day, what's the point?
Yeah, let's stop. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you finished on that, because we were being too nice in case any of the EU talent was watching and they'd be like, yeah, see, the NA guys are being nice. So let's get back to the game. Posa, one of the players who I'm going to say surprised me with the fact they've not gotten to the levels that I expect for a player of their standard. Luna Galaxy, you know, they got the one in the last map, but Posa is one of the reasons why they're rated so highly. And Posa's just not been playing at the level that he can.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Luna's got, they haven't figured out the formula yet, and or just how best to use the tools that they have. Because like you said, Posa is cracked, Haven is nuts. Like these guys are really good, but it just you're not seeing it translate into points. And I don't know if that's just the shot calling or if it's just the style of play that they're wanting to go with. But I mean, these are all, like, you throw in Zakraken and Vinny as well. Like all those guys are mechanically insane, but you don't see them putting themselves into situations where they can take advantage of their skills, right? So I don't know. There's a lot of question marks there. It feels like a good, or some maybe changing up in coaching or analysis or something. Like it's all meta stuff with them.
Yeah. Well, if they're going to do their Falcons glow up like what happened Falcons yesterday, they've started it a little bit earlier, and maybe they can start putting together really big games back to back. TSM sitting inside the top 8 now. They have not really got anything to worry about. They're playing in a pretty good spot inside the circle. Remember, ! map to keep an eye on the movements of all of these teams. H1, he'll be trying to keep an eye on the movements of Friendly Fire, because they've got him pinned inside this building. But hopefully you can see Shrimsy provide some covering fire on the other side.
Man, he's got the happiest feet, and he's staying alive for it right now. Kiki's got the Panzerfaust in hand, waiting for it, but he gets flashed, and that might have saved them there, as he's still looking. It's not going to see the peak just yet, as Shrimpsy's going to go down to the grenade from Page. Sorry, we'll try to cook one, drop it in on his forehead. He's going to find him.
Oh, Michael, one of my favorite players from the EMEA region, is down and should be flushed out. Kick will get some revenge. Now you can see Page sprinting over to get some revenge for his fallen brethren from the EU. Kick getting stunned from the other side as TSM, I think, are starting to toss some utility this way. Kick dropping really low. Tig finds Penta as friendly fire down to a 2. But the problem is, Kick is willing... Oh, never mind. Kick's going to get taken down. I was saying Kick was willing to get rid of his own life there with that Panzer if anyone walked in.
This is a real tough fight, but Friendly Fire is doing a really good job of just running circles around Sonics right now and just keeping them confused, not peeking the same spot twice, just always on the move. But now this is the problem. They've got TSM. They had Empty from Elevate that was off to the north. It looks like Empty's going to leave though. So, but TSM kind of dictating a lot of what Friendly Fire is able to get away with here. As Tig is just going to keep seat swapping through the smoke. We'll find Page. Can he get Shimboy as well? Shimboy got to go for the it's actually going to be Kurt through the smoke that gets him with a drag.
How did Kurt manage to find him with those shots? Page is down, Tig is down, Sparking.
This is bananas.
Confirming out that kill. And this is 3 of the big names. What a need that was from Luke pushing out TSM, dealing with Sonics, and Shinboy is kind of there like, all this action and no kills for me yet. Now Shinboy sprints around the corner. He'll hear Luke 12. Luke just jump scouting, peeking over the wall. But this is a very important moment for TSM to not lose anybody to the solo Friendly Fire player. You gotta deal with them nice and quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the biggest thing, is the Shimboy will go for the heal. It's gonna get off just in time as the grenade lands. See if he can find some more. Nope, no health kits there. And he is pinned again here, and TSM knows exactly where he is. It's just flushing out a rat at this point. We'll see if Shimboy can catch any of them slipping. You got to be careful, as you said, for TSM. Don't want to take any losses here to the solo player.
Definitely not. He's got Sparking off on the anchor angle, keeping an eye on what's going on. He'll feed all the information to the movements of Shinboy, basically telling them Shinboy is still inside this building. TSM should have the utility to deal with it. Here's the stun grenades being thrown. Luke 12, it's okay if Luke gets knocked as long as somebody's behind him to trade him out. That's the way you gotta play this. There you go. You send in multiple players. The reason they push that way is if Shinboy gets one, Alo's there to trade it back instantly. TSM, 4 kills, putting in a lot of work in the early stages here on Tego.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clinic there by TSM, how to get rid of a player. So any of you players out there that are watching, you lead with a couple of flashbangs and make sure that you go in with more than one. So if they do get the knock, at least you can get him before he can get the flush. Clean stuff from TSM, potentially dangerous. And 55 and Donkey Destroyers and Luna Galaxy are, no, that's actually working in silence, different color, all sharing a little bit of space right next to each other. Uncomfortable neighbors for sure.
Yeah, it's nightmare neighbors next door. It's that kind of situation where they're kind of helping each other as well as not. You know, you're hoping that one team will cover the other team's off angle, and they're kind of like an early alert system. But at the same time, even though you're covering each other's backs, if you turn your back to each other, they'll stick a knife between those shoulder blades.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants to be the one to take the first knock, but also nobody wants to push the knock either, because if you do, then you take the risk of getting pushed by the other team and third party. So it's just all around uncomfortable, but we'll see if they have to stay in that situation or if the next circle will force them to move, as we are down to 55 already. Lost 10 people in that western side. Gas Cans and Toyo very close to each other as well, so we might lose even more here.
Yeah, Richie B spotting out the head of Toyo, almost landing those shots. This happening inside the blue. That zone shift, by the way, Paul.
That is brutal. The river right in the middle of it too?
Yeah, and I feel like it's the wrong side of the river for Gas Cans and Toyo, because it's like a 70-30 split.
I mean, it helps them out a little bit in that they can afford to kind of stick around and finish this fight off, or take their time with it at least. I mean, you can see it's how hard it's ticking on Bizzler. but you know, you would like to be able to finish this quickly, because look at that, on the western side of the river, there's only 2 compounds. There's a bridge that you can hide around. Elevate once again in fantastic position. We'll see if they can get everybody back together and secure that compound for their, at least find the compound that they can secure or feel comfortable with. But we'll see how long that plays out. It's potentially dangerous. At 55, we knew this fight was going to come to a head eventually. Working in Silence managed to dip out of there. They're still on the south side, but potentially dangerous. 55 and Donkey Destroyers all on top of each other. Who's going to come out ahead? 2 down for potentially dangerous, and 55 is eliminated. Right. Hopefully, we'll see if Donkey Destroyers were keeping an eye on the kill feed. Yeah, they're sending
they
it.
were.
They know.
Yeah. Here we go. Here they come. Donkey Destroyers. They can smell the blood in the water. Oldless ramping over. Nade going exactly where Glock was trying to run to. The explosion dodge from. Oh my god, potentially dangerous. This is a nightmare. Yeah. This is a cluster bomb. An actual cluster bomb has just been dropped on top of potentially dangerous. And Slabby is just like, bro, if anyone other than Donkey Destroyers, then we might have had a chance.
Have they found Slabby yet, though? It looks like they might have spotted him. Yeah, they've got him pinned down. They know. So that was... Man, hopefully they got more grenades, because that feels like they used a lot of utility to get rid of one guy with a functional gun. As Slabby will get spotted there by Tumas. Nicely done there by Pap Caps. As late game Donkey Destroyers once again coming alive. 4 kills.
If Donkey Destroyers have no fans, then I am no longer of this earth. I'm telling you. They might not be great PUBG, but damn, they are fun PUBG. TSM sustain a knock. You know what the best thing is? The way they play. Do you remember the old Worms games back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the donkey that you could get that just like bounced on the map and destroyed everything? That's them. That's literally what they are. Here
they
come
are
Luna
truly
Galaxy.
the Donkey Destroyers. All right, TSM will see if they can hold off. Vinny and Haven already knocked there, and one's going to get flushed out. This is a tough fight, as now another one will get picked up. There's only one alive now for Luna. There you go.
No way.
Cleaned up, and Toya going to go down as well. So that's another tough early out for Toya. As TSM, they're going to get Purdy back on his feet. 8 kills. They just continue climbing.
Yeah, and I feel like that was really good aggression from Luna Galaxy. It was just, they got pushed back so well by TSM, but they're the plays Luna Galaxy needed to try to make to turn their day around. Rats now up on top of the hill, taking on Outlaws. You can see Gabel pushing forward, and oh my god, he turns on the Spoon and absolutely annihilates them. Rats have been exterminated, and now we're down to 9.
Filthy turn there. 33 left alive in phase 4. Well, gas cans, they are going to have to make their way across the river, but fortunately for them, nobody's looking at that bridge right now, so they should be able to do that. So Tito trying to come in from the north side. Elevate with an elevated position, had an angle onto them, but not enough to finish them off. Yeah, they're getting the call to just come back into the compound. Company man leading the charge there is Bestia will get Outlaws just before they're able to escape. Nick's gonna go down.
That's Justice, another player from inside the EMEA region, putting fire on towards Bestia. 1 kill on the board for them as they're up to 73 now, with still 4 maps to play, including this one. They'll more than likely manage to force their way inside that top 8 as Wuju 2 are on the verge of dropping to 8th place now, with TSM also on 8 points. And look at this, the Outlaws, 3 more kills for them. They're up to 16 now after all these maps, and they've made a full send for Center Circle.
Man, that is just brutal for Wuju 2 to get 81 points and not be comfortable. 81 points in 12 games and you're not comfortable like that. That's harsh, man. This is a tough lobby. Meanwhile, Donkey Destroyers still alive, still 4 up. I know, it's crazy. They've managed to spot out Fana. Rest of Working in Silence. This is how Working in Silence likes to play, though. They like to keep 4 up until the late game, play from the edge, just be very, low key until the end when they can start getting involved in fights and picking up their points that way. It worked really well for them on day 1. A little less well here on day 2, but maybe this game will turn things around.
So what you're telling me is they like to work in silence.
Oh, I'm telling you that.
Yeah, there we
so
go.
silent.
There we go, sneaky boys. As Lowly, he tried to be a sneaky boy, but Fizzler will spray him down with the MG3. Lowly getting picked up. Vox just keep swimming, get your way across the river. But I think for Sortito, they're in a lot of trouble now with the gas cans, but Varas not electing to take on the shot, focusing on getting inside the zone first. But here come Donkey Destroyers. They're making a move onto TSM. Luke 12 will catch out. Oldest Pat Caps is down now as well. Tuamas, the last player standing. And TSM, they're on a tear. 10 kills.
I mean, this is I feel like this is how TSM group stage plays. They're just like, you know what, we'll take every fight. We don't care. Because even if we don't get placement, we know we're gonna get points. As they pick up their 12th point right there off of kills. And hey, at least they're in placement now, right?
Yeah, 8 teams left. So for those of you maybe new to the competitive PUBG scene, top 8, every team now gets a point. 8th place is 1 point, 7th is 1 point, and then every team that falls after that is an extra point for all the teams still alive inside the lobby, unless you come first, where you get 10 compared to second place's 6 points. Yes, I read that really well. Good on me.
Clean rundown.
Yeah.
So hopefully everybody, if you weren't aware, you are now super aware of how the points work. As working in silence, just I like this though from Fana, just making sure that there's nobody on this coastline that can backstab them, just checking all angles here. And they realize that the beach is clear up until at least Vox. I don't know if they know he's there, but they know their immediate area, at least for now, is clean as they try to make their way in. And it looks like they're actually going to hug the beach. So Vox now on the clock. We'll see if he's going to call over some support here.
Oh, this could be dangerous, and Vox will catch souls, and DraftKings able to trade that one back. Fana's actually going to fall as well, as Bestia was actually fighting with Bonje de Gallo, but Vox ruining working in silence's game off on that opposite side. Now Vox is traded back by Enzido, but has the damage already been done? Eicherman's too far away though, and yeah, working in silence, gone. Gas cans, deal with them.
Yeah, that's the risk that you run when you try to play that really cautious, risk-averse style, is that you have to be able to kind of flip that switch and get into fight mode immediately whenever the fight's taken to you. And unfortunately for working in silence right there, weren't able to spot out Vox at the end, and Vox is able to take advantage, drop them down to 2 immediately. And the rest of Gas Cans, to their credit, right there to support their teammate. Now Robert, the last one here, is he going to be able to get away from that?
Robert,
sure
no!
isn't. He's done so.
Ah, Rob, we loved you for so long, but he's gone. For Rob.
Poor Rob. Well, I mean, just like that, Gas Cans, after that big win, they're setting themselves up pretty nicely here for the late game in game number 3, as they've already collected 9 kills. They've got all 4 alive. They've got pretty much complete control over the west side of this zone, and they've got vision all the way down to the south. They know that there's most likely somebody in the TSM compound. The only thing that they may not know about right now is Outlaws that have 2 alive inside this little shack, this little shanty. But if you're Gas Cans, you've been around long enough. If there's a shack, you're gonna clear that thing out.
Look, it's not much, but it's theirs. Isn't that what they're saying? It might not be much to look at, but it's their shack. But here comes the Gas Cans invasion. Hello, my bad.
Yep.
Getting ready. Nade prepped. Thrown at the car first. So, a little bit short with the first one. Second one might just be just right. Yeah, forces him out. Bizzler deals with one. The door will pop it. Beautiful. And they know there's one player left. Poor Gibble.
Yeah, they had to pull away from it, though, because TSM had a little bit of an angle onto this. So Hello, my bag gets taken low, and Luke actually going to get the knock on a Vox. A Vox on second or third knock. You can see how quickly he's bleeding out there. They are shooting Hikerman over there in the vehicle to try to get to him in time for the res. But Hello, my bad, still on shack duty. See if he can clean out this last player.
Problem is one blue zone's not enough. Yeah, one blue zone's not enough though. Like, you need the 2 of them. But Hello, my bad, as you said, it's got another problem to deal with. Halo, you didn't really need to scout there, being real, but you know what? You've got enough points. I suppose the points don't really matter at this point. Mime looking to take
Oh,
down Company
Mime.
Man, who's out in the open. But
Oh.
Company Man putting in work on Company Time, gets the knock onto Mime. And here comes the nade. He has no fear. 12 HP, running in the open, and he has no fear at all.
He wanted to secure that point if he could. Unfortunately, he's going to secure a vehicle at least. And now the seat swap from Luke 12 will pull DraftKing off of the res. Luke will immediately get DraftKing, and nicely done by Silzen. But where's Elevate? Elevate, you got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they're not
They're staying in their
close
compound,
enough. Yeah,
They're just going to play it safe, I guess.
Oh, here's IQ. IQ's coming. So I think, but is it too late? Is IQ left to push for way too late? We'll keep an eye on the kill feed because Gibble's still trying to hold his own against the gas cans. You can see he takes a little bit of damage off at the back of that nade. The smoke will dissipate, gets himself one, but Bizzler is there with the MG to add another to the tally. Now IQ steps up, amped with some great covering fire, takes down Silzen as Mime will try to get DraftKing back on his feet. And as all this is going on, IQ's getting Company Man back on his feet.
We'll see if Justice and Empty can give them the support and cover that they need. Gas cans, gotta give credit. Gibble give gas cans everything they could handle. They managed to take out Hello Senpai and got another knock there, but does go down in the end. So gas cans still 3 strong, still 12 kills. They're now up to 115 points. That's a hell of a 2 days here for them. There's a few more grenades being sent over from Bestia. DraftKings got another one in hand. Will that fall right where it needs to? It will. And IQ is going to go down.
Another nade at the ready, and IQ's going to get another one as the airburst takes down Company Man. Stolen by the gas cans, though. 116 points for them now as we're inside our top 3. A 3v2v2. Gas cans, they've got the numbers. They've got the south side of the zone. Elevate with 2 up, have some hard cover. And Bestia, well, they're just on the other side of the road all by themselves. But as you can see from that line of sight from Justice, once they go over that ridge line, they've got nothing.
This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough 3v2v2. Everybody, I think Elevate might be in the toughest positions. Really, it's kind of up to gas cans as to how they decide to play this. I feel like, yeah, I mean, really neither one of these two teams are very easy for gas cans to make a push on to. The easiest one may be Bestia if gas cans have the vehicles, but I mean, we'll see how if they can just find some place to play. I think that this is probably just going to slow down at this point, and just wait and see where the circles decide to take us.
This is Vox with the arm. And have you looked at the scoreboard? Would you too? Not made it. 82 points is now the current cutoff for Toyo. And now the question becomes, are Falcons safe on 92?
How crazy would that be? But looking at the leaderboard, it's not impossible, I don't think. I mean, well, no, I mean, they could still be in 8th. The next closest would then be
potentially dangerous, working in silence,
yeah.
And Elevate, yeah.
But they're still 20 points back, so that, I mean, it would take a lot for potentially dangerous. But we still got 3 games left to play, so. And even Elevate, I mean, if Elevate can pull out a win here, they're going to be in that position as well.
Yeah, this is, you know, like at the end of the day, they're probably through. You know, we're just kind of
probably.
We're storyboarding here. We're trying to build some tension, but stranger things have happened. Like as you said, if Elevate managed to get the win here, it could rocket them up the scoreboard. But I think for Elevate, I think it's going to be a tough one with the circle that we have. Vox though with a great arm shot onto Mime. So Bestia, look at this. Gas cans, they know exactly where they are, and they're going straight to deal with Bestia now. They want these points before Elevate can get them.
Yeah, they leave Hikerman. Well, it looked like they might have been leaving Hikerman behind to keep an eye on Elevate. Oh, yeah, Justice, don't peek that, man. There's an alm on the field, man. Don't peek it. You don't want that smoke. Should be able to get Mime back on his feet because gas cans just, I mean, they have to make this push on foot. So they're just not going to get there in time, but maybe they get there in time to take advantage. Mime's knocked low, big spray. That is a bullet hose, but not enough bullets are going to land where they need to, and Bizzler will go down. Hikerman will back him up though, and that's grenade, if it's placed right, might be it.
Oh, DraftKings survives, but the vehicle's going to explode now, which could be a problem. That's a lot. The shield just saved DraftKings' life as it took the whole of the brunt of the shrapnel. 1v2 v1. Elevate need to strike now while the iron is hot. They confirm out that kill on the Vox, and it's just Hikerman standing for the gas cans. 2v1 v1. DraftKings and Hikerman focused on their own little battle here on the other side of the circle. Ooh. And the longer this goes on, the more of a potential that Elevate can get both of these kills.
Hikerman just laying down the smoke wall. He knows exactly where to expect the push to come from. So he's just going to try to survive a little bit longer. DraftKings just going to spray through the cloud, and we'll find a little bit of damage on, and Hikerman just going to try to survive a little bit longer. Hopefully, and just kind of hoping that Elevate and DraftKings kind of find each other. As yeah, it's just flashbangs. No offensive utility left in the bag. DraftKings just going to try to lie prone and survive, and he will find Hikerman. He goes down. That's 7 kills for Bestia. Now, Elevate, all you need to do, you got to secure this win. That would be so huge.
They need it. If they want any chance of getting into that top 8, they need the extra 7 points that are up for grabs here. They'll get 6 for the win and 1 for the kill on the DraftKings. Empty will tag him, shooting through the smoke, but DraftKings is still sticking behind the US. Spots out Justice, does a ton of damage, and he gets it into a 1 versus 1. Blue Zone Nade doing a ton of damage, but he's on the move, and there's the spray. 4x will do it. Elevate. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, as Empty will empty what was left of the lobby. And you know what? If there ever was a miracle run for Elevate to make the top 8, that's a pretty good way to start it, as we just about reached the halfway point of the night.
I mean, you got to give them credit for what they put together in these first 3 games. I mean, they had a second place with 6 kills in game 1, and then the game 2 was a little bit forgettable, but now another big win here in game 3 puts them right in striking distance. Now, the only issue for Elevate is that they just haven't been able to be really consistent. It's either really good or they go out early. So if they can find that consistency here in these final 3 games, Matchroom, they might be in it.
I mean, consistency is what they've got to have in a desperate situation where they have not been able to find it. We have been seeing that Erangel has been pretty okay for them. They also have been able to navigate what's been going on over on Rondo pretty efficiently. So we saw them make a couple of really solid plays and trying to navigate that in the last time we saw it. But whenever you only get 2 shots at it, you got to make each one of them work. They've got 3 rounds and the potential for the run. But if they do it, it looks like it's going to be the Falcons that they might eliminate, which is just going to be so much more pressure. But also, dude, let's talk about the gas cans and TSM Gibson getting, what, 1.5 bazillion kills between the 2 of them?
It's actually insane. Gas cans have been so dominant over the course of this weekend. They're on 100 and what? They'll be on 118 or so points now at this point, with 2 or 3 more maps still to go. Like, the only thing that would terrify me is that they're peaking too soon, because I keep saying it, and I've said it for a while. Even with the other iterations of this roster, gas cans have the potential to upset the balance inside of the Americas, and they're seriously knocking on that door now of the top 3-4 teams.
Well, if they want to upset that balance, they have the opportunity in front of them. Can they make sure to lock down everything? They are in first place right now. They are in control, and this is a hard lobby. We were talking about it coming into this. I mean, look at what we have playing inside of it. We got gas cans, we got TSM, we've got Elevate. Sonics are in this lobby. Or I don't even know if we've had a chance to really mention them too much today.
I mean, they've had a good day so far. I mean, they've had top 4 finishes in game 1 and 2, and they were once again. I mean, they're still involved. Like, let's not just sleep on Sonics here at all. But I mean, Gas Cans has been. I mean, look at them, 117 points through how many games is that now? 6, 7, 8, 9 games. Like, that's wild. That's really, really good stuff from Gas Cans. But yeah, man, it's crazy to me that Falcons with 92 points have to be sweating.
Well, another team that should be sweating is Toyo. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of big successes coming out for them today.
Yeah,
and while yes, they are climbing the leaderboard, I wouldn't say the fact that they're like feeling the most comfortable out of everybody, right, Gibson? I mean, they're right there on that cusp, and there's a lot of people coming after them.
Yeah, they're not putting as many points together as I think that we would have expected, but they're still inside the top 8, so the onus is kind of still with them. Like, I feel like they should get 9 points, 10 points over the next few games. Should with an asterisk beside it, because they'll need to kind of get their thumb out if they want to get it going. But hey, everything's going the way you'd want on the final day. We saw big upsets inside of Europe. Why not have a big upset inside of the Americas as well?
Well, we have now hit the halfway point on the day, and so we're going to take a bit longer of a break to let all of the players kind of have a second to grab something to eat, grab some water, go to the restroom. You do the same. We will be back in just a few minutes as we still have Rondo and Erangel to go through. This is not done. There is still a lot of stuff that can happen. I'm not just saying that to kind of cheese you along. We really could. Elevate just picked up something, so make sure you stay tuned in. We will be back in just a few. And welcome back to the PAS Game Show. We are now sitting at a two-way tie between Purdy Curdy and Snakers at 4 points apiece, but right back behind them with 3 points is going to be Justice. We are now moving into our last game for this one, so this will decide who is our winner, and it is going to be based on every America's favorite thing, and that is going to be geography. So, Hub Geography is going to kick this off. The way it's going to work is we are essentially going to show you a picture, and then you have to click on the map and show us where you think it is. However close you manage to get to it is going to define how many points you manage to get. So the closer, the better. Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, here is our first picture right now. I love seeing the faces whenever the picture pops up. It's like Snakers and Pretty are like, yes, but Justice leans in real heavy like I'm trying to figure out where this is.
Like I've seen this 1,000 times.
I mean, I know where it is, but I'm confused about from where exactly the picture is taken from. I hope I know where it is, otherwise it would be really bad.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's why I wasn't sure. I was like, yeah, wait.
So we've got a 5 score for Snakers, a 5 score for Purdy, and a 1 score for Justice.
Oh, no. Oh, I get a point? Let's go.
You get a point. You were, just to be fair, the other two guys were only 2 meters away, and you were 2,516, so we'll still give you a point for it.
That's rough.
All right. Picture number 2. Everybody ready?
Yeah. I got problems. I gotta get a life. I'm thinking the same thing right now, bro. I'm just like, I shouldn't know this.
I gotta study my maps more. I think that's the issue here. I think these are doing exactly what he should be doing.
Ooh, okay, so we've got all 3 loaded in, and you guys are all going to get 5 points for this one. All right, so let's move on to picture number 3. A reminder, this is the last picture, so make sure you get this one. All right, here we go. Turn number 3. So, Justice, you were worried? Worry not, you do manage to come in at 9 meters, so you get 5 points for this one. Snakers, you managed to come in with a distance of 3 meters. But Purdy, 4,961 meters away.
Yes, we got him. Oh, we're catching back up.
Oh, no.
Look,
It was one of the two.
On
Bro,
the top
bunker-
left of the bunker, you could see a little bit of the cliff face.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was the hill behind on Millie. I was like, maybe that could be it. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
So our overall scores are going to be Justice and Purdy tied at 14 points apiece, and Snakers is going to walk away with the win on this one at 19 points. Congratulations, man.
Let's go. I should start IGLing. I have better map knowledge than Purdy.
I don't know what to say.
Some shots
I just see Kurt rubbing his eyes like, oh my god, my guys are going to never listen to me again.
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Fala rapaziada, Biel muito calmo aqui, jogador da PUBG Gaming, e hoje eu vim dar uma dica pra vocês, que é quando você quer pegar uma info, rapaziada, atrás de alguma construção, atrás de alguma parede, pra você não dar aquele vault indesejado na frente do seu inimigo, rapaziada. É só você vir nas suas binds e alterar as teclas que por padrão vêm juntos, rapaziada. Então você altera aqui, ó, a do pulo, altera a do vault, que não vai mais acontecer esses probleminhas, esses vaults indesejados, rapaziada, ó. Que agora, ó, nada de mim vai acontecer comigo, tô pulando, não vou dar o vault indesejado na frente do inimigo. Essa foi a dica de hoje, rapaziada, espero ter ajudado. Valeu, até a próxima.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Flood from Team Falcons. Today we're going to be going over a tips and tricks video. We're just going to do a quick tip and it's regarding movement. When it comes to proning in PUBG, proning is quite a slow process and not many people use it in team fights or in any fights because it makes you so vulnerable. But there is one small thing you can do to make it a little bit more useful, and that is by crouching before you hit the prone button. You crouch and then prone, it will make you drop down faster, so as long as you time it properly, you can swing a corner and be proned instantly. This is a really good trick for catching your opponents off guard, and I hope it works for you guys.
Yo, what's up, Tickleton fans and haters? What's up, what's up? We're back with another PAS. We got to do a tips and tricks video for you guys, and my biggest tip for beginners or anyone that just doesn't know it, that makes a huge difference, is reload canceling. And most people will know it, but if you don't, it's a huge, thing to boost your gameplay. How you do this is you pretty much just reload the second the number of your ammo, so it says 34 on my screen. The second that changes, you can actually reload or unarm your weapon. So my unarm is T, and then I press 1 right after, but technically you can just press TT, I think. Okay, I don't know how to do that part, but if you just press your unarm key and then 1, bring out your gun again, whatever your gun keybind is, it will instantly reload your gun a little bit faster. As you can see, I did it right there. It's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. You can do it with most guns. Some guns like the VSS, some stuff like doesn't really work with it. But again, you just unarm your weapon. So I think default is X, and then press 1, bring your gun back out. So you do like, T1, 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 X1, X1. And you can mess it up. I'm gonna show you how how to mess it up real fast. You know, well, I didn't mess it up. All right. But anyways, just to show you how much faster it is, this is the regular reload. As you can see, like, he smacks the bottom of the mag. And when you do this, it just completely negates that. And this is really important for hot drops and stuff like that, and especially with your AR. Also, bonus tip, if you have your AR in slot, the bottom slot, I know it says 1 for me, but the bottom slot, your gun will come out faster. So the reload cancel will actually work even more.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my
Welcome to PAS number 4. We are at the halfway point for the day. 3 rounds left as we're going to be heading over to Rondo and then got some Erangel. Sorry for the bit longer of a break. We had to get everything situated with our players, make sure everything was fine and good. You know, sometimes we have a couple of things that happen whenever you're doing online qualifiers, so it just takes a second here or there. So, going into the tail end, Oro, 2 words. Do we have our top 8 or is it going to change?
I hate to burst everybody's bubble.
Nope, that's too much. Gibson, top 8. Do we have it? Yes or no?
Yes, but no.
That's 3 words. Okay, that's it. I'm trying. I can't work in these types of conditions. I give you guys simple instructions. That's it. Just go to the map. I'm done with this conversation. You guys take it away. Take us through Rondo.
Look, man, we're gonna try to keep it as exciting as possible. Like, potentially dangerous, elevate, working in silence. They all got a shot at it. You know, even friendly fire finds a way to kind of turn things. It's been a rough first half of the day for friendly fire for sure, but if they could kind of turn things on here in the late game, they might be able to make a run. I don't know, but it feels as though we may have our top 8, but like you said, Gibson, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, look, I'm in the 95% sure that we've basically got our top 8 at this point. As we kind of pointed out, it would take a huge run from Elevate or potentially Dangerous, plus the teams above them, just picking up enough points to put Falcons further down the list. But it's the sort of thing you will into existence, right? We want to go into that 6th game with a spot being up for grabs. You want to go in with a team with a chance of maybe knocking Falcons into the LCQs. But we'll pick up on that in a little bit because we've got a May-Ran hot drop. Donkey Destroyers just taking turns on different teams to see which ones they can bully.
Why not? I mean, I don't think anybody should be surprised at this point to see Donkey Destroyers getting involved with somebody early on. Hasn't worked out great, but, you know, I think that I feel as though they came into today being comfortable with being in the LCQ. And it really, at this point, it's just like, let's flex out a little bit. Let's get a little bit more work on our team fighting early on. Let's do that. At least that's what I'm going to go with. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those situations where, as you said, they've accepted the fact they're in the LCQs and they're just having fun. And that's the main thing.
Hey, them having fun is us having fun, really, because we get to see them scrapping early here and often. Tumas with the JS9. We get to see guns that we don't always get to see in play. So Outlaws, at least in the overall health department, are kind of losing this one early on, but we'll see if that remains the case as Donkey Destroyers once again on the move, trying to reposition, trying to find different angles. Curry with that high side could catch Tumas or any of these guys slipping, but we'll see how it plays out in the circle. He's going to go west again, so we get a kind of a repeat of what we saw on day 1.
Good for Toyo, good for potentially Dangerous, good for Sonics. In fact, it's pretty bad for everybody on the other side of this river that goes from the Jadena City Bay. You know, you're looking at Elevate, Bonjay, De Gallo, Rats. They've all got to make their way in. Now, e-pickups, I feel like they get used on this map at a higher frequency than some of the others. Don't fact check me on it because it's too late at night, but it's just the general vibe. And well, Kirby, he's going to get a nice vibe of shots over towards Twamas. Oh my god. He got rid of Oldless. He got his one, and then he got obliterated by Twamas.
Yeah, look, he spent so long holding that angle, it only feels right that it ended up paying off for him in the end. And it sucks for Twamas that he wasn't able to get the knock onto Curry before he was able to get the flush onto Oldless, but c'est la vie, as we see Gibble, the rest of the boys trying to make a move here, see if they can go over there and get their knocked player up. But it is all just no health being found right here. And if you can see on your mini map, there's a little yellow lad from the gas cans making his way down. And that'll be hello my bad. That is not somebody you want to see coming down, but Nick will find two through the window, and Donkey Destroyers is gonna go down.
Oh, poor Donkey Destroyers, but well played. This is the thing, right? Outlaws came in today with 7 points. They've had... You have to remember, getting to this stage, and this is really important for some of the viewers at home to kind of get to terms with as well, just qualifying for this group stage of PAS for some of these teams is a win. To them, this is what they were playing for. Like, they don't see themselves as qualifying for the major international events. So for the Outlaws, the fact they got 7 points yesterday, they've, more than tripled that tally going into today. It's positive signs. Like, next week, the LCQs is their grand finals, in my opinion, and they should be more than happy with the fact that they're there.
Why does it feel like it's always these guys? It's always Donkey Destroyers, then it's Rats. Outlaws is kind of feels like a new member of this, but Gas Cans definitely want to get involved in this as well. All of this happening in just not the place that you would expect anybody to be fighting in early game, but we'll keep an eye on that to see if that blows up. Right now, TSM, they find Luna Galaxy. Meanwhile, going on inside of the circle, not 5 miles away from the zone, TSM just holding off Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, and TSM 3 points away from Falcons, now sitting in 5th place, and you feel like they'll probably, based on their points average, should take that over. But Pipa gets a great opening with the Panzer onto Alo. Yeah, Emmy almost getting a second one as you'll get a kill confirmed, but they're sparking to take down his South American brethren. Down goes Emmy, flushed out. 90 points now for TSM. And I don't think TSM were ready for this fight with Toyo straight off the bat.
I don't think they were either, and I'll be honest, we're talking about Falcons and everything, but Toyo has had a really bad day. Considering they got 76 points in day one, they've only gotten 6 so far here today. So they definitely are desperately in need of a fight to go their way. And so far they're trading right now, but Pippa's going to go down, and I don't think he's going to be resable.
This is not looking good for them. Kurt should get rezzed at this point. Capitan trying to provide overwatch, but look at Benya. Benya's on a bit of a flank on the other side of this fight as well. If Capitan
Luna
can keep them busy, yeah, I see that. Why not? Let's get Luna involved as well.
That's not what you want to see if you're Toyo. But 2 confirmed for Toyo, so that's at least 2 points. But can they try to salvage the rest of this thing, get Pippa back on his feet? It looks like they will be able to do just that, but Luna Galaxy have all arrived, and they are slowly making their way through the city. They're leading with utility. You can hear the explosions from those grenades coming. It looks like TSM has managed to find at least a little bit of an angle onto Haven, so that's going to stop things down. But Haven's going to find Pippa, and now it's just down to Capitan and Benya.
Yeah, and Toyo, we're speaking a lot about the fact that Falcons could be at risk. Toyo are at risk. 84 points for them. They're nowhere near safe and locked inside the top 8 at this point either, so they need to get as many points out of this one as they can. You can see that Benya is just above the fight. Benya will spot all those heads, and he's going to just sprint away. Not that direction for him. And while all this is going on, TSM, they're just locked in. They're not over peaking. They're more than happy for Luna to focus on Toyo.
Yeah, it feels like TSM, they got a good read on where exactly Luna was coming from, so they just kind of slowly back out, hold the angles. They're going to find Vinny running across the street, but Sparking, you don't see him miss that spray very often, and he doesn't. He'll get him in the end, and Benya is going to go down to Posa as well, so this is opening up a little bit of a door here for TSM.
Yeah, Capitan, the last player alive now for Toyo. He'll be hoping to at least get one more point off the back of this, but Kraken is the target for Luke 12. Look to get it in the window, but misses it, and we'll load up another one. Yeah, I seen that lower third. I saw what just happened with Rats.
What was this is where you're at when you're Luke 12. Things are going so well for TSM that they completely miss a grenade into the window, and it bounces off, and it still does damage to the guy that was on the ground. Like, sometimes things are just going your way, and we'll see if he can find his way in. He knows he's got a 1v1 here. This is going to lead with flashbangs. How'd that car get in there?
Do you park your car by the dinner table?
You know. Oh my God, Sparking.
He's nuts. He's actually at a different level.
Just the tiniest angle. The tiniest head peek, and he will hit it every time, it seems like. But yeah, we've got multiple fights going on. As you see in the picture-in-picture, that was going on in the blue zone. As Rats, Outlaws, and Gas Cans still squaring off in Mehran.
Yeah, and Luke 12, again, just keeps looking at the car going, bro, who keeps their car in the kitchen? That's what your garage is for. Sparking spotted, and he's going to get obliterated by Posa. You know, you overpeak, you get too confident, Posa will make you pay, and now Luke 12 all alone, and here comes Kraken to the same building.
This is the Luna Galaxy that we've been wanting to see, though, right? Like we were talking about it last game. Like, these guys are fraggers. They're mechanically nuts. I want to see them be aggressive. I want to see them push into fights. And they're finally found a situation that allowed them to do just that. As Luke 12 peeking through the window. Kraken, there you go. Posa. Actually, it's going to be Haven that gets him. So TSM will go down, but there you go. PD still in it, but Toyo, rather. Toyo will take them out, but PD is going to take out 55 while that was going on.
So
39 alive in phase 2. Yeah. Why not? 38.
Only 2 points for Toyo.
What's going on?
36, maybe 5, 4. It's a time. It's actually you're mixing up your timer, Poro.
Oh my God. This is how Erangle's going to be, though, guys. Like,
Mehran, by the way.
But you know what? The weird thing about this is this actually works out in favor of the teams that are chasing, right? So potentially dangerous right now. They've lost 1, but they've got 4 kills already. Like, the Luna Galaxy has 5 kills. Outlaws has 7. They're down to 2. Like, there's the points are flying fast and furious right now, and it just doesn't seem to matter who's gonna get them. As Rats, the Outlaws will go down. Bizzler, the last one up for Gas Cans. Bunch de Gallo is in here with Certito. Like this, the wheels have completely fallen off of this thing.
This is not scrims, by the way, for anyone watching at home. Certito will take down the chickens, and Certito, they're up to 4 kills for them now at this point. 10 teams left alive, 31 players. You've still got Bizzler and Rats, so Gats and Bizzler still just living their best life in Mehran. It is as far away from the circle as you can possibly think, as the circle's way over by Yao Tin. But these 2 teams, one of them's not going to be qualifying for the grand finals this weekend, and the other one's already in the grand finals. So this is just beating your chest. This is I can't say it on a broadcast, but you know what it is? It's a measuring contest going on between these 2.
No, for sure. And I can't stop cracking up laughing at how empty that freaking circle is. How much room there is to play around. In zone 2, 30 alive. Oh my goodness.
You might not like it, Paro, but this is what peak PUBG performance looks like.
I feel like we're gonna get to like 15 or 20 minutes into the game, and it's just gonna be like 10 players alive with just all the room and space in the world. Nobody's gonna know where anybody else is.
This is literally what it was like for me whenever I think I was playing with Roth, and it was like, oh hey, come play Korean servers, and I was like, there's 12 minutes gone, why is there 5 people alive? Like, What is going on?
This is how my pub games are, but that's the MMR I'm in. What are you gonna do?
But you know what? This is great news for potentially dangerous and Elevate, because
it is. It's terrible news if you're Toyo, though.
Yeah.
Like, Toyo is desperately holding on to that 8th place spot, and look how many teams below them are alive as we see another code drop. Code.
Yeah, code.
Type it.
Code. Get
I'm
it
not
in.
reading it. I'm not doing it.
Is that because you can't read, or just because you don't want to?
You know, you didn't have to call me out like that, but you did. And
I was trying to bait you.
I respect you for it.
I was trying to bait you into reading it out, but you just weren't having it. Well,
I wasn't.
What is
here's
the
Sonic's
thing.
calling an e-pickup for?
Well, there's so many teams and players alive that they want to make sure they got prio over everybody whenever the circle pops.
Fair. All right. Fair enough. But yeah, this is pretty much the exact same place as we finished on day 1, where we saw, I believe, I can go back and look. It was a win from Pachau, but yeah, it was them and working in silence towards the very end in a 1v1. So that was working in silence. Kind of has a little bit of familiarity around this level. They've got 0 kills so far. They managed to avoid all his early game shenanigans. So we'll see. The Sonics actually took that e-pickup too. And now they're dropping onto the eastern side of Yao Tin, where
potentially, how do you find the one team?
There's so much room if they hot drop on the one team. Oh boy. Meanwhile, in the blue.
Still?
Yes, it's still going. He's got
no
one
meds.
bandage left.
Look, it's the principle of it at this point, Paro. It's the principle.
It really is.
If Bizzler goes down to the blue. See if Bizzler goes down to the blue after all this. There we go. Gats, no! Go on, deny. Go on, deny for the crack, Bizzler. Deny for the crack.
Bizzler's pulling out the deployable cover. Oh, no. Yep. GG, Gats. You did it.
Oh no, competitive integrity. That's 1 point that other teams can't get. No.
Toyo's happy about it.
Yeah, well, they're
How's
getting
he not
closer
dead
and
yet?
closer.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was coming.
Hey.
Shenanigans.
Where are the placement
29 alive.
points? Placement points, Poro. 15 minutes gone, and we're in the placement points. And and there's only 29 players, as you said. What is going on?
Just as everyone predicted, Erangel is going to be an S show. I'm just telling you right now, because they know that map. Everybody knows that map so well that it's not that they know how to play it safe at this point. They know it so well that they know exactly how to troll it.
Mm-hmm. S obviously standing
in
for
the most
super show.
effective way. yeah, super. That's what I meant. It's a sold show.
Yeah, a super show by the Sonics.
Yeah.
Or a Certito show.
Certito show, that's a possibility.
I wish we could say the word. No! Podcast, professionalism. 8 teams, 29 live. Oh wow, what a big shift for Luna Galaxy. I wonder how they'll deal with all the teams that are around them now in the center of the circle.
Well, let's see. Bestia and Working in Silence have to do something, but if we learned anything from day 1, it's that Luna Galaxy has great angles onto all of this. So if any of them try to make a rotation down that hill, they're going to get lit up like a Christmas tree. Working in Silence, I think, realizes that since they did finish second last time, they're hopping in vehicles, and it looks like they may be heading over towards Zhao Tin, which is already occupied by Potentially Dangerous and Sonics. So we'll see how deep they decide to go. Elevate on the north side. They've got to figure out where they want to play, because Friendly Fire has the compound that they can work from. It looks like Friendly Fire is already looking in that direction, so taking shots, they're already well aware that Elevate is up there, and so they may be expecting the push.
Yeah, 17 and a half minutes gone, so phase 4 will start closing in just a second's time. Certito making the push, and maybe Potentially Dangerous could benefit from some of these kills. Remember, they got to be careful. Sonic's not too far away, nor are Working in Silence, but you feel like realistically, Potentially Dangerous are the best team equipped to bug out of Yaotin if it eventually does leave that position. But working in silence, focusing now on Sonic. Souls has got a nice angle, but so too does Tiggleton, and down goes Souls.
Yep. Well, his job was to do a little scouting, get a little farther forward to see if there was a team here, and yes, there is in fact a team here. But credit to him, Teknosh actually tried to send it to see if he could maybe get the res off, but now he's kind of in no man's land a little bit here.
Yeah, sprinting up now to the top floor of the car park. Kick will know that he's there. Might be able to feed this information to the rest of the team. Bestia will have an angle down here as well from up on high as Mime spots out Shrimsy. Defensive. Teknosh is... Yeah, okay. He's somehow managed to get into the coop and get out of here. Sharp Shot will get the knock on to Shrimsy. And all of a sudden, Sonics now have to rush to get the res off on to one of the top players in North America. Sharp still trying to land shots through the smoke, but I feel like Shrimsy should have cover. Robert getting knocked by Tiggleton. He's got 1 kill, 255 damage, and lovely angles on a lot of these players.
Yeah, no kidding. So not sure if he knows exactly where Varus is, but he's looking over in that direction. So Varus may have... Oh, yeah, he saw him. Good eyes on Tig, as always. Doesn't get the knock, but at least he's got him pinned down. He's feeding that information over. It looks like Shrimsy will get brought back up to his feet. But Bestia, look at the angle that they... I mean, they're just kind of free farming anything down here if you peek the wrong side. How does he see him through the trees like that? Tig is nuts. He's
just built different. Zone circle, basically donuts up, so Luna Galaxy are still in a great spot, as are Potentially Dangerous. Elevate, who are one of the teams who can threaten a late game run, alive on the north side of the circle. But being real, this is what you expect. This is the point where normally the game ramps up, but because of how hectic the first 15 minutes were, we're kind of in this weird mid-game where you've got a couple of edge fights going on, but everywhere else, teams are just finding lots of free space to play in. Elevate making a move, and this could be big, as they're going to run towards where Bestia are playing. Potentially Dangerous, the first one to take some shots, but with that noise, the noise they're making, Bestia know exactly where Elevate are pulling up.
Yeah, and Elevate actually taking the spot that Working in Silence was playing from the other day, and so far they're okay. Now Justice will get spotted out by Bestia. They have that high ground, but Luna Galaxy has finally found the angle, and now DraftKings going to go down and get flushed, and Mime's taking a lot of damage as well. So Luna Galaxy, they've been able to stay inside this compound and just kind of free farm damage onto everything down to their south, but Friendly Fire in vehicles are starting to get angles onto this, so Bestia, or rather Luna Galaxy, needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, and for all the teams above them in the leaderboard who are really not at risk, Luna is probably the best team to win this game because they're on 39 points. They're way too far back to capture Falcons before the end of the night. So a lot of these teams will be rooting for them. But
oh yeah,
Bestia will be wanting the win. Friendly Fire, they could push up onto that Luna position as well from the edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Toyo, you're suddenly becoming the biggest Luna Galaxy fan ever, as you see Potentially Dangerous and Elevate both still full squads up here in the late game. Another win for either one of those teams would be really bad. Really bad for Toyo, as Potentially Dangerous starting to creep out towards the edge, looking at Working in Silence. Sonics still have 4 up. A Sonics win would be good too. We'll take those. Or if you're Toyo, and Bestia would also be a good one. But they can't have Working in Silence, Elevate, Friendly Fire, Luna Galaxy, all those are those 3 teams. Elevate, Working in Silence, and Friendly Fire, Potentially Dangerous. None of those teams, they don't need any of those guys to win right now.
Yeah, and still, like, Potentially Dangerous, a win here for them would be huge.
Like, absolutely.
Like, it would be game on if they can get a win out of this one. Now, they are down a player, but with this next zone shift, if it does go north or at least donut up again, they'll be relatively confident that they can have a good game, depending on what happens with kind of Sonics around them. That zone shift will come through, and that's the worst. If you were Potentially Dangerous, that was the worst shift you could have got.
Yeah, no, I mean, the only problem here for Elevate is that all those teams in the city need to go somewhere. And I'm actually looking at Friendly Fire as well. Where are they going to decide to go? That's a team that I'm probably the most scared of. If they get a win with a lot of kills here, that team could get rolling, especially given how wild this end game, these games have turned out to be for the next 2 games. Like, you don't need Friendly Fire get a snowball rolling here at the end. They could easily reproduce what Falcons did yesterday.
Look at the team they have. The amount of international LAN experience Friendly Fire have is actually nuts. Like, Michael's a former PNC champion. Like, you'll never be able to take that away from him. Page has played internationally for years. Cowboy had his chance with SSG. Like, this is a really good team that they have here for Friendly Fire. And the big thing now is this fight with Bestia is huge. Penta making the way up. He's got Michael. They're kind of pushing this one as a 2, but Silzen read it. Silzen gets the knock on to Shinboy, and that'll take the wheels off of Friendly Fire just a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough push uphill for Bestia. Mime gonna creep down there. See, yeah, this is good work by Mime, not over peeking it, but he's gonna go down to the grenade from Penta. Meanwhile, Sonics has cleaned up what's left of Certito, so potentially dangerous. Have somewhere to go here. Silzen's gonna get knocked by Company Man, so Elevate being active here in the late game too. They're not letting this go for free.
Yeah, Elevate would need this one as well to be in with a chance. Penta went for the peak, but it ain't going to be enough. And look at this, some kills on the board for potentially dangerous as well. 6 teams left alive. Sharp confirms out his kill. Silzen is, or at least should be, getting rezzed if they can get close enough to him. They just need to get Mime on his merry way. Elevate of a couple of downs, but here come Luna Galaxy. They want to get involved in this absolute cluster that's going on the edge, or at least the center of the circle. And funny enough, they've just dropped Haven off. And Vinny's actually gone off on a journey, so they've left him there to keep an eye on what's going on.
I like that. I actually like that play from Haven. Now, the only way it'll work against them is if Friendly Fire stays alive. Oh, Tig with the trigonometry is in full effect once again, and Bestia is going to be the one that pays for it as he drops a mortar right on their forehead, and now Sonic's just sprinting up the hill to see if they can get over here in time.
He's just so damn talented, it's not fair. It's genuinely not fair. Glock finds Shrimsy, who's going to get knocked, so another point potentially for potentially dangerous. And that'll maybe give Friendly Fire the opportunity to push up now as well. Looks like they got one of those knocks back on their feet for the side of Bestia, but all 6 teams left, 20 alive in Phase 7. Elevate, what could have gone so badly for them, they've still managed to keep all 4 players up.
No, this is going great for Elevate. I mean, you couldn't ask for better here. As Friendly Fire on that low side, they're waiting for the inevitable push from Bestia, and there it is. That was very smartly done by Friendly Fire. They took the opportunity from the double knock to get their man back on his feet, and they just repositioned themselves behind the hard cover and waited for Sonics to force Bestia to come downhill. So Friendly Fire was 3 up still. Luna Galaxy, they sent Haven out early, and it's paying off dividends as he's going to find empty.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit mental here now. IQ and Company Man are still alive. Company Man wanted to get the res, but Shrimsy will come up trumps. Here comes the push from potentially dangerous as well. All these points, all these teams below Sonics need these points desperately. Luna will deal with Elevate. They have been wiped now as they move up to 44 points. Is it too late for them to make a late game run? It's a 4v3, v3, v3. Sonics with 1 player down, but they might be able to get him back up, but it doesn't look like it with the position of those potentially dangerous players.
All right, Sonics, H-Win not really in a resible position right now, so they might have to just give up on him. Tig will find Slabby. That might be 1 down for potentially dangerous, and now Luna Galaxy, their trio is starting to push into the backside of potentially dangerous here, so you see TNY and Glock as I'm not sure if Tig flushed him or if that was the cover that flushed him, but Glock will go down, and there you go. Potentially dangerous. Will get backstabbed by Zakraken. Now, Luna Galaxy, do you keep the push going? Do you take the fight against Sonics?
Well, I think that you gotta keep momentum rolling because Friendly Fire have control of the center of the circle. So these 2 teams on the northwest probably on a collision course, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Kraken peaks, but Sonics are waiting. Kickstart will then get him with the MK12, and he's trying to flush out that kill, but this suits Friendly Fire. They're on 53 points as it stands, and they are hoping that Sonics can maybe get that another knock onto Luna, and then maybe Luna does enough damage onto Sonics that Friendly Fire can capitalize. It's all about which way the dominoes fall, Poro.
Yeah, the problem for Friendly Fire, though, they need these kill points. They can't just let all these points go to waste or go to Sonics or either one, really. I mean, both teams, obviously Sonics and Luna Galaxy, both with 9 kills right now, looking fantastic. Luna, if they can reset, if they can get their man back up and force Friendly Fire and Sonics into fighting each other. Sonics outside of the zone. They got their backs up against the blue right now. And as you said, Friendly Fire in the perfect position. But are the angles going to be there?
It's really about, Friendly Fire. If Luna Galaxy get any sort of a knock on the Sonics, Friendly Fire should be 100% locked in to win this game. But as it stands, it can go either way, because even though Friendly Fire have center zone, Sonics have the high ground, so they'll have the benefit whenever they're pushing towards this team. And look at the amount of cover being used. Sonics are making their move towards the center, and that's the knock that I was talking about. Luna Haven finds it, and that opens the door now for Friendly Fire.
Yeah, and Shinboy and Michael both immediately start sending it that direction. But unfortunately, Tiggleton, in a perfect position for them, is able to take shots and knock them back and not allow them to take advantage of that knock. So Tig, the one player, just kind of keeping everything in for Friendly Fire. But there you go, Shinboy will find the knock, and now they have Kickstart and Shrimzy pinned right up against this cover here, and immediately knocked Shrimzy. Kickstart now the last player left alive. Good flank from Paige, and Friendly Fire gets a huge win.
16 points for them, and does that open the door just a little bit? 2 maps left to go, with Erangel being the final stop for all these teams. And yes, it is a large point gap. However, we know, even just looking at what Falcons did yesterday, if they can replicate what Falcons did in the last 2 maps, Falcons are in so much trouble, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, not even just Falcons. Toyo hasn't been able to put up a ton of points so far today either. I feel like they're the ones that are like in the most precarious of positions, especially whenever we have squads like potentially dangerous starting to really come alive. They could potentially qualify. I mean, just overall well done. And also, can we talk about how many of these teams may have ran into Mayron, but none of them are going to be running out? I mean, this thing just was a catastrophe for almost everybody that came into it.
I feel like that's what they were wanting, though. Like, as soon as the circle pops and you see that it's on the complete opposite side of the map, it's kind of like, okay, well, let's just fight this and see how many points we can get off of it. Whatever, it's no big deal. But I didn't expect 5 teams to make that same decision, so it ended up being a little bit wild there. But yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head. Toyo desperately needs to right the ship to get some points here off of these last 2 games, or they are going to find themselves sweating, because you've got a couple of teams here that are really starting to kind of pick things up here at the end of the day.
I mean, you guys were talking about it. Erangel was traditionally our stable map, right? Not anymore. Erangel can get so freaking violent in the early stages. We're seeing a lot of teams go down early, especially when we've got like the new meta that, like, Donkey Destroyers kind of started this off as kind of the outlier, like, ha, we're going to hot drop people and we're going to fight and we're going to do stuff. Now apparently everybody's doing it, and it's just, it's like an infection that's just spreading. Now we've got like 3 hot drops that are happening all at the same time. Half the lobby dead by circle number 3. Gibson, Erangel, is it going to stay hot, or are we going to go back to the calmer days?
Well, just watch it be a military circle, and it's just going to cause that havoc again, because we have had crazy circles on Erangel for forcing early game fights, and I love it. Like, we always say this, the grand finals are an easier lobby to play in for the teams because there's so much more structure. Let's live in the chaos that is the group stages. And you know what? I feel like for Falcons, for those fans out there who are maybe a little worried, I know there's very few, that last result, seeing that win being picked up by Friendly Fire, probably one of the best case potentials for them.
Well, it's got to be nerve-wracking just because of, yes, okay, Falcons are presently in 5th. That's great, except for the fact that their score is 92. TSM is at 90, Bestia is at 89, and then the Toyo is at 84. We've got Potentially Dangerous at 73 that could have a come up. Elevate had a big opportunity inside of this last round, but didn't really find a ton with it. Like, they managed to make it in the later stages of the game, Poro, but like not the highest of kill counts, not the biggest turnaround for them. It felt like they were playing for position and kind of trying to hunker down and wait for the moment, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the dip. Dip's free, right? They went for it very early, and unfortunately for them, in a lobby with that lost on feels like 80% of the players, like before we got to Circle 3, there was too many people left alive for them to go and try to crash into that dip, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, Haven actually destroyed their game by being able to sneak up. So that was actually a really smart play from Luna Galaxy to send that man to play the anchor position. But you know, they still have a shot. Potentially Dangerous is still in range. So yeah, I mean, it's all the pressure. There's one team in the lobby right now that has pressure on them, and that's Toyo. That's the only team. Everybody else is like, oh, there's a last chance qualifier. If things don't work out, whatever, we get to play next weekend. Toyo's the one team that's like, if we can hold on to this, we don't have to deal with this nonsense next weekend. We can capitalize off our really big day yesterday. Like, I feel like it'd be just so deflating to have that huge day yesterday and the turnaround and then still be playing in the LCQ next weekend.
Can Toyo do it? We don't know. We'll have to make sure that we tune in. Aaron Gell is going to be coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, about 2.5 minutes. See you guys in just 1 second.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
vida, viado. Caralho. Ah. Tio, também não vai ser fácil assim, né? Tomou capa? Morri. Oi, correga! Que demora, viado. Pelo que
Gel time, and the question on everybody's mind is Toyo, man. Toyo, can you do it? Can you manage to make it through this? Can you survive? Because you're kind of the team that has the control over your destiny right now. You've got space from Potentially Dangerous. You're in the top 8. It's not comfortable, But I mean, you have the capabilities to secure your own destiny, and that's what you want, right, Gibson?
Yeah, they need 10 points just to be safe. Like 10 points in 2 games should be safety, but the big kind of conversation that we had during that break was 10 points is easy to get in a normal scenario, but these ain't normal scenarios right now.
Well, it was Poro that was bringing up that point because potentially dangerous. Just now, 11 points back behind Toyo. Going on to Erangel, you were the guy that was like, that in break was saying, hey, you know, these are going to be some pretty wheels off games. You just don't know if it's going to be even possible for them to be able to be doing it, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, like, is it doable? Sure, but it's really going to depend on where the circles go and who's left alive once it gets to like circle 2. Because it seems like our really, you know, strong teams are staying alive till the late game, and everybody else is just scrapping early. So like, potentially dangerous if you're looking for points. Like if the circle drops on top of you, fantastic, that's great. But then you get to the late game, the only teams left are alive are like Sonic's TSM gas cans and like all these teams that are just, you know, world beaters. Like that, those points all of a sudden become a lot tougher to get. So, and I mean, honestly, that's what you got to hope for if you're potentially dangerous, is that you get circle and that you're allowed to kind of avoid all the early game dramatics and just try to make it to the late game like they did last game and kind of put yourself in a position where you can fight.
Yeah, but look at the map. Look who's going. Donkey destroyers are following potentially dangerous. Right. Here's the thing. If this hot drop happens between these two teams and potentially dangerous get the 4 kills, that's 4 more points. They're 22 points off Falcons. Like, I know that they're 10 points behind Toyo, which are the team that are really at risk.
Oh no. And that's not the circle you want to see.
Yeah. You pick up anyone.
Because okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Is that, you know, now that the circle is on the other side of the freaking universe from potentially dangerous getting hot drop with donkey destroyers, do you think donkey destroyers is going to try to pull off of a fight and start to rotate? No, they're going to stick it out until the bitter end, until they kill you or you kill them. That's just how it's going to be. And Banja de Gallo might be in the same place here as Server is already he's doing flipped it. Something. Did he flip them or?
And that is the mating ritual of the US.
Step
That's why there's so many of them. Yeah.
Oh no! Here they come. Here it comes. Yep. Well, this is pretty much what we were expecting, I think, from all of this. As well, Server is. I mean, they got to realize. Yeah, they get a little shave and a haircut there from Tomas. He's the only one with a gun, though, but Tiny has one too. And Tiny got an M4, and yeah, okay. Yeah, this is suddenly looking a lot worse. It's not looking as free for Mr. Tomas, so looks like they'll just pull away. So a little bit of luck going for potentially dangerous there.
Donkey Destroyers pulling off a fight. 2024.
I never thought I'd see the day.
What is this? What is going on? But I feel like for them, really, there's a couple of teams that just need a good game here to solidify their spot. So you're looking at Toyo, you're looking at, you know, I feel like TSM are already there and all, but just get a couple of points. You know what I mean? Just 3-4 points, something nice. Give yourself that little bit of a buffer going into the last map, because if we see double-digit points coming from the likes of potentially dangerous, it gives them a chance. Like 22 points up to Falcons, it's not a lot. Like one good game can get you that many points. We've seen a lot of these wins have gotten you that amount. But
sure,
do you feel like if they got 8 or 9 points in this map and they find themselves not that far away at all, do you think that at that point it could maybe cause problems for them and maybe they'll start changing up their play style and put more pressure on themselves? Like we've seen that happen in the past.
Yeah. I mean, it's really a question of what your mindset is, right? What's the psych? Were you how committed were you to the thought of like, oh yeah, we're just going to be playing next weekend in the LCQ? But like, again, like I said before, it really all the pressure is on Toyo right now, and like Toyo, they've got a center circle position right now already, so it's looking pretty good. But yeah, everybody else, I mean, I don't feel like there's any real pressure just yet, but we'll see what happens if Potentially Dangerous pulls off something crazy here. Who knows?
I want, just for the inner chaos, you know, the demon inside me, I want them to get a nice little point tally in this game so that we have something going into that final map of the day. But I think when you look elsewhere, right, it's a really impressive top 8 that we have right now. When you consider that Legacy aren't in there, you know, Luna Galaxy aren't in there, like Pichao have been crazy, Typhon have been a surprise package, Falcons had a wonderful run at the end of yesterday, and TSM, Bestia, and Toyo, like, they're all really storied names. Like, that's a really good top 8, and it could still change.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't be upset with anybody, really, that's made the top 8. Oh no. Oh, Despoon has just been sitting here. Did he get spotted? Did Sexy see? Yeah, Sexy saw him.
Yeah.
Sexy saw him. Oh, he's been sitting there the whole time. And yeah, he's gonna get taken down. And now, oh, Varus is gonna get spotted for trying. Certito trying to do a little bit of a bridge camp against Outlaws. And unfortunately, it's, well, they trade, so I guess it's not going the worst.
Elsewise, we're seeing a fight here with like Certito. Laucha will step on up. Nick's alive on the other side. 24 damage dealt. He's going to go prone, but
last
Laucha
one
just can't get the angle. There's Curry. Uh-oh. Reload, recover. Get yourself into safety. Curry's position could be problematic now as both players will trade grenades either way. Using the coop for some cover. Laucha using the tree.
Oh, nice,
and he managed to get the knock on to Curry, and now all of a sudden, have we got 1v1 mode activated? Is it Laucha against Nick for the win?
Laucha versus Nick. And Nick's going to lay the smokes down. Looks like Nick might be getting the call to try to go for the res here as Curry, yeah, he's going to be flushed. And yet Gump going to get brought back up on his feet. Laucha, I think, reading that. He's going to take shots through the smoke, but it's not going to pull Nick off of the res. He'll stick around and make sure it comes through as Blue Zone grenade will come in just a little bit late. He did actually, it looks like he managed to land some damage onto Nick with that spray, but he does spot out Gump.
I feel like he'll be disappointed with the timing on that, though, because he should have realized a little earlier. Nick will go back to his position on the tree. Lowly's been dealt with, and Laucha, all we need to see now from the two Outlaws is to just surround them, get 2 off angles. Like, there's not much they can do. 27 damage landed with the nade. Nick, you're getting too close to being out in the open there for my liking, so toss yourself a stone and reposition. Yeah,
not a lot of utility. Oh, nice shots from Gump, though, and that'll take care of that problem. And Outlaws will pick up 4 kills. That's a nice little turn for them. And now immediately turning back to Rats versus Bunja de Gallo. They took out Despoon, but the rest of the Rats decided to camp their rotation. Doesn't look like it's going to pay off, though.
Yeah, the Rats, I think, have missed a few opportunities to get points on the board in the early stages of this one. Obviously, Despoon went for the sneaky play earlier and got caught out, but Bunja de Gallo, they've 180'd. I think they've really, you know what? We're playing next weekend. Nah, fight. Bunja, no, Bunja, fight.
I feel like they want to. They just haven't figured out how they're going to do it yet. They're still in cars. I don't know if they're trying to seed swap. And look at this. Now Donkey Destroyers in the middle of their rotation. They're going to get here in time as well. Gats will find Paydum. Finna takes the spray. Will get some damage in. Doesn't get the knock. Gats going to get knocked low by Sexy. He's going to trade it right back, though. Hayes 10 out in the middle of nowhere. And just like that, the fight is over. And one of those points will go over to Donkey Destroyers. The rest going to go over to Rats.
Rumor has it that if you drop in the same place 3 times in a row, or you sit in a fight and don't take it on, Donkey Destroyers will spawn in and make you push. Finna will wrap around the side of the tree as Cerberus will dodge, duck, dive, dance and dodge his way around the car. Finn will toss the stone, but Cerberus is still alive. Like, this is really good movement from Cerberus in the fight, and he catches out Finna, and he's going to get the knock. This is brilliant.
Really well done. I mean, very much missed the Panzerfaust as he was coming off of being blinded there. Belfrost now the last player off 4 Rats. Did spot out Pat Caps trying to escape with the limp body of Oldless. Looks like they get far enough away to avoid those grenades, but the blue zone has arrived. The rest of Donkey Destroyers all making sure that Balefrost can't push any closer, and they'll get back up to 4 strong.
Yeah, this all going on inside the blue, but of course it's phase 1, so it doesn't really do much damage at all. There'll be a knock. Capitan from Toyo is going to fall. This is definitely not what Toyo need up here at Plane Crash. Luna Galaxy. Luna Galaxy has been the thorn in their side this last few maps.
Oh man, everything's been a thorn in the side of Toyo today. They immediately lose 2, and then they're just trying to try to survive at this point. But surviving ain't getting points. You gotta have keeping 4 up is ideal. But I mean, Jesus, like they had the plane crash, but I don't know how they allowed Luna to get that close to them, and now all of a sudden they're running right into the middle of a friendly fire rotation. We'll take a few shots over in that direction, almost get Paige, but he's going to be able to breeze through.
Yeah, Toyo really need points, and you can see that they're not playing for center at all. They're just getting to a position that they feel will be relatively safe near the edge of the zone. This is Penta that's the target this time, as Benya just cannot lead the shots enough to get that knock on the Penta. And they'll keep on moving. I don't play the Shack, Toyo. I don't know if this is the play. I really don't. The Shack is so open. There's another kill, and Zero falls as the Bizzler's going to get knocked as well by Souls.
Yeah, hopefully Toyo was just kind of sticking out there to see if they could catch anybody else rotating, but we'll see. Gas cans, Bizzler's down, and no! Technosh is going to get hello my bad. So just like that, gas can's now down to 2. And Vox is going to get taken down by Fauna as well, working in silence. They don't like getting involved in early game fighting, but it looks like they're pretty damn good at it.
Oh, they should have been getting involved in early game fights a lot earlier today. They've gone so under the radar that they've not put in the performance we'd expect from them at all. Bizzler falls now too, leaving it all down to Hikerman. Toyo being lined up by Kildemo, and there's a tap onto Benya, leaving it down to Emmy. Yeah, this, I do, like, Toyo are in real deep trouble right now. 84 points and potentially dangerous with 4 up. This is not looking good for this side.
It is not. Working in silence, trying to see if they can finish off Hikerman, at least get rid of gas cans. That's one raid boss that they can take out of the lobby. And by taking them down, it actually opens up the door for Sonics to maybe make a run at first place here for what it's worth, as Emmy tries to escape. Psycho had the angle, and they land the last shot in. Another one lands. Oh, and Emmy's so very low.
Oh no, look at
slowest UAS you'll ever see.
Hia-Gween's going after him too. He knows that he's low. He knows that it's just going to take... Oh, he's pulled off. I thought Hia-Gween was sending it. Go find another Shack, Emmy.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy actually found the... Oh, no, he killed himself.
Oh, no. What are you doing? Ah. Okay, well...
Look,
11 teams left.
Yesterday, you had the situation for Toyo where anything that could go right went right. It only stands to reason that it followed up by a day where everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. But we'll see. We'll see if they still manage to hold on to that side. But potentially Dangerous has to see that in the kill feed and realize the situation that they're in. I'm looking to see where they are. They're currently kind of hanging out on the top of Yasnaya on the very southern edge of the zone, just scouting out where the next place to go will be. So it looks like they're, for their part, they're playing it slow and trying to get to the late game with 4 up.
Yeah, it's 11 teams left alive, though, so we're getting pretty close to the placement points now. TSM with a 2-2 split. Friendly Fire, they've got all their players up near the center of the zone. 2-2 for Luna Galaxy as well, as we're seeing all the other teams now make their way in. And there's a TSM shift if you've ever seen one. They've traveled, what, 500 meters from their drop? Maybe 600 meters? And they've got center circle.
I know. They can probably still see where they drop from the compound that they're in. Is what? DraftKings will take a few shots at potentially Dangerous, trying to send it off of the mountain. Didn't catch everybody, or at least didn't get a good read on exactly where everybody from Bestia is, so they're just sending it to the river. And this might be what you were talking about, Gibson, that situation where you find yourself in range if you play well, and now you're putting a little bit more pressure now. So they try to play it slow, play it safe, and as a result, they're getting in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, they really are. Elevate. Spotting out Page. There's a nice spray from Justice. He'll get his fellow European down, and will surely add that point, or at least attempt to add it as quick as possible. But here comes Michael, looking to trade it back and potentially get that res. Good nade from Justice. Good timer put on Page now, but Michael, how's your arm? Nade thrown. Is it Kurt style? No, it is not. But here comes the rest of friendly fire.
Oh, and that's actually shots from down south. I think Empty actually had an angle there, and now Luna Galaxy has an angle as well. So Justice will finish off Page. You can see Friendly Fire and Elevate just too involved right here. They don't like this. Well, hopefully Shinboy will be able to get out. Penta going to try to escape. Luna, though, Posa just in perfect position to get Penta low. But unfortunately for Luna, I mean, they had a wide split here to defend the airplane crash area. So they didn't have enough guns kind of looking over in that direction.
Donkey Destroyers are here. I love it.
Of course they are.
You've got Donkey Destroyers. Oldest will do 27 damage onto Shin, which forces him back into some cover. Here's the utility usage, but Shin is in the bathroom, so it's going to take a little bit more than this to get this knock and flush. IQ from Elevate will catch out Technosh as the blue zone blooms, and there's third-party action coming in as a little bit of friendly fire, but we're seeing Luna Galaxy attempt to get a knock as well. Oldest will take down Shinboy. That should not be rezzed. And here's another potential knock, and yeah, it is. Haven gets his kill, and for friendly fire, they do get 1 point on the board at least, but they're on 62. They're, in my opinion, they're out of it.
Yeah, unfortunate that they happened to run into Donkey Destroyers as they needed things to go more their way, but Outlaws will get finished off by TSM. Elevate still has 4 up, and they're playing from this eastern side. They're kind of gatekeeping, working in silence right now, so they might be in a position to make them run here if everything goes their way. Meanwhile, Donkey Destroyers back on the move once again. They hear Luna Galaxy driving around off to their north. Where are they going to decide to go?
Wherever the action is.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Whereas they play this game like it's a quiet place. You know, there's noise and they sprint to it because they don't like silence. Kraken will get the first knock onto Tuamas, but oh my god, Luna Galaxy tearing them apart. Donkey Destroyers are wiped, but the explosion of the vehicle will flush out some of Luna Galaxy as well.
I mean, that's not ideal, but in the end, Luna Galaxy has now up to 7 kills. So they've kind of been turning things on here in the late day. I don't know if it's a little too late, but it most likely is, I imagine. 53 points, it's not looking that fantastic. And they still are down to 3 here, but they've got Michael and they've got Friendly Fire pinned down, and Elevate is just to the south of them. So Sonic's also trying to make their way in from the west. Looks like they spotted out potentially Dangerous. A few shots being sent over. Michael will get taken down, and now Haven actually spotting out Elevate as well. So I mean, the last couple of games, I feel like we've seen the Luna Galaxy that we've been waiting to see for forever. The hyper aggressive, lots of damage, high kill count, chasing after fights. Like, this is the Luna Galaxy that we wanted to see this whole time.
It's too little too late though. Like, it should have been a lot quicker. And what in this absolute retconning of the lore is going on? I thought TSM was supposed to have Teflon when it came to the circle. They've got center circle once more. What's going on?
Who knows? But we'll call it sparking magic. Why not? Friendly Fire does get finished off there by Posa, so another kill going over to Luna Galaxy, which is making them tied overall with working in silence. Elevate still has a shot. They're trying to make a run. It's potentially dangerous. They've lost 1, but they've still got 3 up, and they're on the southern side of the zone here. They've got a rough path ahead of them, though, because they've got Sonics and TSM kind of looking over in that direction. But oh my goodness, never mind. Apparently Kurt's just looking right at Elevate.
Yeah, Kurt will get that one. It's pretty easy for a player like Kurt to confirm out that kill. Luke 12 will be the one that will confirm it, actually. So now you turn your attention towards Empty. Company man down, but Elevator on the edge of the circle. And Luna have lost Haven as well, so I think it's just going to be Vinny for them at this point. He's not looking like he's trying to get that res at all. But for TSM, like, this game looks like the rich getting richer, because Bestia are going to get a ton of points, TSM are, Sonics are going to get even more points off the back of this one. Like, it's best case scenario for them. For potentially dangerous, the circle's kind of gone against them. Sonics and TSM are the 2 closest teams. It'll be tough for them to get many more points out of this.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really rough rotation from that spot that they're in as well. Just anything west and north is completely owned by Sonics and TSM. So unless they maybe could I don't know if they have vehicles either, so I don't even know if a wrap to the east is even in the cards. But now the writing's on the wall. They got to go somewhere, and looks like Vinny's just going to run out into the blue and deny his point. So Elevate still has everybody up. They managed to get that res, so they're back up to full strength. Looks like they're going to go off to the north. Or is this Vinny just going for a vehicle? I don't know.
Body. Meds.
Okay, meds. Nothing. You got at least one there.
Yeah, I don't think Vinny... Like, it doesn't benefit Luna Galaxy to deny here at all, so... Maybe there's more meds. Is there another few first aids in here? Pop another, get in the coop, get yourself into the circle. Maybe deliver a point to somebody, you never know.
I mean, yeah, there's some options here, I guess. None of them are great, but we'll see which one he takes. Slabby will, yeah, immediately, as soon as he gets into the street, gets taken down. But it looks like Potentially Dangerous had at least one card, but it was the coop, so they couldn't take everybody with them.
Look at this. Sonics and TSM. This is just worst case scenario for Potentially Dangerous. They're up to 74 points now. This nade could be very, very bad indeed for Teeny, as it'll land right where it needs to. TSM need to do Potentially Dangerous a favor here. TSM have to be their best friends in the whole world, but Sonics need to move because they're outside the zone. Here's H1. He's going to arrive. He knows that Teeny's there. Teeny gets to confirm it. Confirm your kill. One more for Potentially Dangerous. Tiggleton now with the nade and the P90. That nade will bounce a little bit too far, but needs the help from TSM. Teeny will get wiped by the P90, and Glock is still alive. There's Silzen finding out Alo as Bestia have arrived. They're pushing in to help all of these teams. This is probably, you know what? This ain't bad for Glock. If all these three teams fight, Glock might get an extra placement or two out of it. Sparking turns and styles onto Silzen.
Oh, yeah. It looks like everybody's kind of forgotten about Glock, too. Yeah, TSM has to turn their full attention back over towards Bestia, so Glock is going to survive just a little bit longer. And look at this, 55 actually coming down, and they're shooting at Sonics. So Sonic's not really in a spot to do anything, and Glock's going to take out Shrimsy, so that's another point picked up by Potentially Dangerous. And look at it, he's going for the res.
Oh,
and he gets
Sonic's
another
gone.
2 points.
Hunt is on 78 points now, 6 points away from that spot. Kurt's going to get knocked in the open as 55 will flush that one out. We're down to 6 teams left alive as the wheels are falling off for TSM up on top of this hill. What was potentially a huge game. And Elevate now, they can smell the blood and the water. Sparking is there. He's spraying through the smoke. He'll find down Justice. But another nade thrown towards Luke 12. Sparking is prone, company man. He's right beside you. But amidst the fog of war is denying the lines of sight. And Potentially Dangerous got the res, and
That's
all
a
this
huge
action's
shift.
happening around them.
Yeah, that's a huge shift as well. They don't have to make any moves, and now 55 is getting involved as well. So Potentially Dangerous, they have the south side. They've got freedom to just kind of come in third party anything that they happen to see. Sparking flips on him, but Empty is going to be right there to get the re-knock. And now 55, they see all the blood in the water. They're going to come and try to see if they can secure a few more points. They do spot out Potentially Dangerous from range, and that might put a push, or a pause rather, on Potentially Dangerous pushing.
Yeah, but look at this. Kill Demo is going around the other side. Psycho will flush out company man. It's a 4v3, v2, v1, 55 holding all the cards in this battle, with Hyaguin being the anchor off in the distance. Nade thrown towards Teeny. First one will not hit Paydirt, nor will the second, nor the third. But Potentially Dangerous, they're up now to 80 points. Just 4 points off the top 8. Elevate not far behind either. They're on 72. Kildemo will spot out Teeny, and he's going to spot out the other. They will go down in 4th place, making it a 4v3 v1. But do Elevate push off of this knock? It doesn't look like it.
Elevate being kind of held back a little bit. I think it was Gubin that was keeping an eye on them, and Hyaguin as well, maybe just making sure that Elevate not in a position to third party that. Sold somehow still alive here for working in silence, so he's still collecting placement points. But at the end of the day, look at Potentially Dangerous, a situation that was, it looked like everything had gone wrong, but now they are 4 points away from Toyo going into the final game of the day. And they collect, but 55, they are in control right now. Looks like they've spotted out Solds, so working in silence may be done here shortly.
Yeah, Soul's just keeping a little bit of his body in cover. You can't bend bullets in this game, so He'll stay alive until the blue forces him out of the spot. But look at Empty. Look at Elevate. They've taken the north section of the spine. And what they want to do now is just drive and press the issue towards 55 Esports. A win here for Elevate. Look, you're thinking about potential points. You get 6 points more for first, so you get 10. And there could potentially be 5 more kill points on top of that as well. This could be a massive game for Elevate.
It could be, and I feel like they took off to the north, and if I'm reading it right, what I'm guessing is happening is that they're finding crates down there, and they're trying to see if there's any more utility that they can use, as we're down to 8 players alive in phase 6, just as everybody predicted. Solds has managed to make it to the hard cover. So that's actually, I mean, that's huge for him, though. I mean, that's gonna, well, if he can stay there long enough, if he gets a little circle luck here, never mind.
You had to say it. You had to say it, didn't you? Like, Souls, we're sorry. No, Portal's sorry. I didn't jinx you.
Yeah, it's all my fault. That's on me. 55 got two crates too, though. Look at that. You want a little stimmy before the late game? That's not a bad way to get it.
Have you noticed the trend with 55 that they only really turn up for the last 2 maps of any playday? It really does feel that way. Like the 4 warm-up games, and then you come to life in the last 2. It's just too late. But in the last games, they're usually in the top 4s.
Well, see if they can pull off some magic here. I mean, they're in the driver's seat, right? Like, Elevate they did manage to find, looking at their inventories here, they've got 4 frags on at least one of them. And otherwise, not a whole lot on IQ and Empty. I think it's all just in the Justice's pockets. And really, they're just trying to wait and see if they can maybe find Solds here. That's a pretty juicy looking point, but they're going to find 55 instead. And immediately, Gubin will take the spray and try to send it on back. Solds not going to get a knock here. So that would have been huge for Elevate if he could have gotten a knock onto one of 55, but both of these teams playing it really, really cautious. Looks like 55 being a little bit more aggro than Elevate. Elevate just kind of sitting back with their ridge line waiting for 55 to push them.
Elevate were really hoping Souls could be their 4th player for a little bit, but Souls didn't have the impact on the aggression that he would have liked. Empty doesn't seem to have full knowledge of where these 55 esports players are. Now, Spots out kill Demo with the MG3. Empty out the MG. That's what happens. One quick spray with that thing and you go down. Justice will trade back Psycho though. 3 versus 2. Justice looks to get aggressive as the utility game starts to come out from these teams. Gubin falls now as well. It's a 2v2, but Justice is down. It is all down to IQ. IQ is cracked, but look, he's focusing on the win. He doesn't want the confirmation kill points. He wants to win this game, but Kill Demo's got the MG. But IQ will get it. It's a 1v1. And who? Oh, 55 take it in the end. 19 points for them. But boy, did Elevate make that close.
They sure did. And despite the fact that they didn't get the win, obviously those 4 extra points have been huge, but they're in a pretty decent spot to try to catch Toyo here in the final game. So Toyo has got to be just absolutely sweating right now. They need to come together. This is a big moment for them as a team. They have to come together and figure this out for one more game. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves playing next weekend.
Toyo had destiny in their hands. They had such a great first day, and it's just slowly and steadily slipping away. Meanwhile, squads like Elevate, potentially dangerous, trying to step up, trying to make something happen. I love IQ just going, no. I mean, 1 point going for the flush would be big, but instead, let's go for the win. If we could get that, it could secure us in there. But now, just 10 points back behind, Elevate did manage to at least close the gap, Gibson.
Yeah, they've closed the gap, but so did potentially dangerous. I think it says it all about the mindset of IQ, though. Like, he could have played for those kills, but he wanted the extra 8 points instead of the extra 1. Like, that's the scary thing. If he won that 1v1 at the end, that's an 8-point swing. 8 points, because you get the 4 points for the kills onto 55, and you get the extra 4 points for the win. And 8 points at this stage is a massive jump. So credit to IQ for playing for the win.
Oh, look how close he was too.
Yeah. In
Oh my God.
hindsight, should he have tried to flush out that kill for the extra point?
Won't know until after the next one, man. I don't know. I respect going for the plague. Make it big. 55 Esports going to walk away with 19 points. That is going to be big for them. Elevate 12 points. That's going to be massive. TSM on a run of their own. Luna Galaxy showing up. Working in Silence going to pick up 7. Potentially Dangerous. Working in Silence with 8. Potentially Dangerous with 7. And Donkey Destroyers, man. I just got to say, it's like Donkey Destroyers have just walked into the PUBG competitive meta and is like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And it is just dragging the lobby along for the fun that they're trying to have, dude. I love it.
You know what it's like? I just want to say, it's like going to a golf club, like a country club, but they walk in with the hard hat on, with the 2 beers on the side of the helmet, with the straws and a football jersey and shorts. I love it.
No, you're it's
pretty accurate, actually.
They're out there playing in flip flops right now, but I mean, I'm interested to see how they show up to the LCQ. But yeah, dude, look, Toyo going from 76 points in day 1 to 8 points through 5 games in day 2. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal.
A tenth of your points that you had.
Yeah, and now crazy. You know, potentially Dangerous, 4 points removed. You got Elevate, that's what, 10 points behind you as well. I mean, Elevate would have to get 11, but yeah, I mean, it's hopefully they could pull something together. Like that game the last time was close.
This is all about mental from here on out, right? I mean, that's all you can really say. Toyo, is your mental shambles? Have you managed to figure out what the cha is going on to fix it? The other 2 squads, potentially Dangerous, Elevate. You've got the opportunity. You have the chance now. Can you step up? Can you grab it? Can you take it from everybody? Because this is so freaking close. We're going to take a very short break and come back and make sure to get everything set for this very last airing goal. We will see you in just 1 second.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battleground.
PAS 4, 1 game left. It is time to kick off everything. We've got about a minute before the game kicks off, so not a lot of time to really dive into everything. So I'll just keep it simple. Gibson, who's our 8th? Who's going to qualify?
Toyo. They'll get 3 or 4 points. They'll do it. I believe.
Toyo. Poro, what you got?
Potentially dangerous.
Potentially dangerous.
I think Toyo's out of it, man. I think their mental's just shot.
Man, that leaves me with Elevate. I guess I'll take Elevate. I'll back Elevate. We're going to be jumping into the last game. Make sure you guys stay tuned because it is going to be so freaking good. Planes up in the air. Last question. I'm going to go ahead and throw this one over to Gibson. Hot drop. Donkey Destroyers. Who are they going after? As Aaron Geller is going to be kicking off now.
Potentially dangerous. That's the team they're going to go for, right? They want to cause chaos.
Well, if you want to cause chaos, go drop on Toyo.
Ooh,
right?
Good call.
Ooh. How much chaos do you really? I feel like they've kind of been like going down the list of teams to see who they can piss off, and they've gotten check marks by everybody's name except for like apparently Certito. So that's who they're gonna go after this time.
I think it's like Death Note. Someone mildly inconvenienced them and ranked during the week, so they write their name down on the list. It's like, yeah, it's his turn. Your turn.
Feel like whenever, they get in the chats before these events and they're like, they're the drop zone maps or whatever, they just send in a picture of the map with their entire logo on it, just over the entire thing. They're like, yeah, we're going anywhere at any time, whatever. We don't care.
The renegades, absolute renegades. But Poro, we're looking at the flight path. It's pretty much an even dispersion between the east side and the west side of the flight path for which teams have gone where. Donkey Destroyers, they've gone all by themselves to Primo. What's this nonsense?
I think Certito was going there and then pulled off, and now they're at Quarry, and now as a result they have caught one of the boys from Potentially Dangerous out in kind of the middle of no man's land here. And again, we get a circle going all the way up north, so any of these fights that might break out down to the south, we're probably going to see them play out, as we've got Rats and Bestia right next to each other. I feel like those two, no love lost. Maybe they'll get involved.
Yeah, and I think that Toyo need to just get on the move, right? You see the zone shift,
They're
that
trying.
there's nobody in Yaz. So what I think they should do is rotate by Yaz, maybe try to take that no lean compound, just on the end of Dirt Road, and play your game from there, because they need placement points, right? They cannot afford early game fights. Slabby can also not afford Varas chasing him down, and potentially dangerous. They don't need this, but Slabby, he's got a gun of his own, but does he have meds? I don't think so.
He doesn't, but he's got a tree. Gonna try to send the flashbang, and that's gonna find his spot, and he's nicely done from Slabby. Oh, what is happening? Lonely, what are you doing? Oh my god, no, but fortunately there was another guy there with him. That was 2 points potentially that could have gotten picked up by Slabby, but oh man, Laucha, you saved the day here.
Oh god, we should have got free fall. Let's play that in slow motion with free falling in the background as he just went soaring through the skies.
I don't know if that's gonna go on Loli's next mixtape here. Like the hype reel probably won't be including that one. Oh no, Capitan got taken down by a Hello My Bad.
Why is he still in Wazhawk?
I think they were the trail members of this rotation, and their vehicle got taken down. So yeah, you've got Benya still kind of stuck in Rozhok, but Gas Cans and Luna know exactly where he is.
Oh, this is not good, but they do have to play a 2-1 split now. I don't know how quickly they'll be able to get back into a complement of 3. Potentially dangerous. You can see that Theros took some damage here as well. Reminder for those of you at home, they're 4 points off of 8th spot. The team in 8th spot have also lost a player in the early stages. Bestia, they just need 1 or 2, I think 2 points to be safe to put Falcons down in the 7th, but I feel like at this point, just looking at all the teams below, we can now say Falcons are safe. Because Toyo, yes, I don't see them getting the 9 or so points they'd need to get ahead of Falcons, and potentially dangerous. They would need 12 or 13 off the back of this.
Oh man, Theros. If ever there was a time for you to be sneaky, it is now. This could be absolutely brutal here as Tomas.
They know. Do they know?
Oh, they have to know. They have to know. No?
It's the donkey destroyers. They've been summoned. Oh, he doesn't get the knock. He doesn't get the knock. Here they.
Oh, he got one there.
Well, get a flush.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Whew. Well, potentially dangerous. His odds just got a little bit lower. But again, they don't need that many points. But the problem for them is that Elevate's still full 4-man squad. And I'll be honest with you, Gibson, Friendly Fire, they've got 4 up and they are in just the premier spot on this zone. It is not outside of the realm of possibility that they could put up a high kill win here and jump everybody.
They need like what? 13 kills?
Yeah.
Maybe to be safe.
Look at the spot that they're in. Yeah. I feel like given this place that they're playing, it's definitely doable.
Mm-hmm. I've worked out what the perfect song, by the way, for that clip at the start of the game would be.
Yeah, what's that?
You know, One Last Breath by Creed, where he's like, I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm screaming. You know?
Is that it?
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to go with
the
cheap and easy free falling, but, you know, we'll take it. I like yours better.
Yeah. Sharp shot for Bestia. Gets 1 kill confirmed, so that puts them now into 6th place. Falcons drop to 7th, but as we said, I think that they're more than likely safe. I feel like that 87, 88 points is probably going to be the cutoff, same as what we had in EU. Toyo got to be careful, because if you've got the map feed open, !map in chat, Bestia, the other 2 members of Bestia, are getting really close, and Toyo have gone deeper into Stalber because I think they heard the cars coming. And Teeny's playing for placement points.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to make their way up the West Coast. Toyo, Benya's still alive inside of Razak, so Gas Cans didn't stick around to take him out. Now Outlaws is on the north side of Razak, but I don't know if they're aware that Benya is in there. So Benya is just playing it real quiet right now. Bizzler will get finished off by Haven as Luna collecting another point for themselves here. Again, Luna just this is good signs from them going into the LCQ, but yeah, again, just a little bit too little too late.
Well, much the same way that Toyo peaked too soon yesterday and didn't turn up today, it's been kind of the opposite for Luna Galaxy. They had an awful day yesterday, and only now are we starting to see them put points together. Like, they've gone from 13 to 58. So what's that, 45 points today? Like, this is a team that should be getting 30 to 40 points every day, not just on one of the days.
Yeah. Again, this is good news for them going forward, but you hope that they can maybe pull it off a little bit cleaner. Oh no, not who you want to see rolling up on you here. And yeah, they're gonna find 2, they're gonna find 3. They've got Justice as the last one. He'll seat swap away from the madness here, or at least long enough to get the knock on to Olas. And now Tumas is the last one alive. Cerberus. Oh my god, he's got 1 HP. What a shot from Justice to keep himself alive.
Oh, but rats are here now too. Gats is trying to get involved. He'll flush out Cerberus. What? Skilled him.
It was rats. It was Gats. Gats got the shot on him.
Oh my lord.
And now Gats is just stealing all the points away from these knocked players. Look at him. He's feasting. Oh, goodbye, Elevate.
Donkey Destroyers ruined Elevate's chances there, though. Like, they've done it to potentially dangerous. Now they've done it to Elevate. Like, I felt like they went into that last map and went, this is the circle. These are the teams that are in the hunt. These are their drop spots. Let's just go from each one to, let's just cut off all the rotates in.
Jeez. The battle of 1 HPs. That's crazy. Well, Friendly Fire. Page is a little bit far south here. I worry that Friendly Fire is getting a little greedy with this split that they've got going on. I mean, they had the perfect position at the warehouses, and yeah, they're gonna lose Page as he was holding it down a little bit farther south. Now is the Kraken gonna be the only player here for Luna Galaxy as TSM is pulling up, thinks about getting into the vehicle, or the bicycle rather, ends up pulling away, and yep, you're not gonna live long for TSM just collapsing on top of you like that.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. Keeping an eye on the map for teams that are on the bubble. You've got Toyo still with 2 players up by Stalber, and Benya still playing inside of Rozhawk. Potentially dangerous. They're rotating now on the eastern bridge of George Paul. They're 2 players up. And I feel like they're really the only 2 teams that we need to keep an eye on at this point. Nade, okay kick. It blew up on your face a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, a little overcooked. No big deal. But Haven will try to survive a little bit longer, see if he can maybe take somebody with him. But Sonic's not going to let that happen. Kickstart will finish him off, and that's 5 kills now for Sonic's already. Jeez, they've been popping off here in the early game. 40 left alive as we finally get to see what Circle 2 looks like.
That's okay for potentially dangerous, you know?
I mean, it's great for Toyo too. Like, the quicker that this game can get into placement points, the better for them.
Yeah, but look where they are.
Great.
Long ways to go to get into the circle, but where there's a will, there's a way. You know, they're not going to get the points that they need to catch Falcons, or will they? And no, they won't, is the answer to that. I'm trying to build tension, come on.
Look, the tension is just them making it at this point. I mean, they've gotten the 8 points today. All they need is just a couple more and they could be secured here. And fortunately for them, potentially dangerous, down to just 2 is Bancha de Gallo. Oh no, what is mime? Bro, I love the final game series.
Parkour.
Birkin.
Parkour.
Why are people having such a hard time getting out of cars in this game?
Look, they're just pushing F for respect too early. That's what they're doing. Oh,
Fair.
Here. No, he's needed himself. He's needed himself. No.
It's just flashbangs. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's safe. DraftKings just trying to make the run here.
I don't know.
Oh, what a shot!
Could you imagine, like, some of the purists trying to cover this game? Like, imagine Godspeed casting this. He'd be having an aneurysm right now. Imagine Avenger trying to break this down. Like, I don't know.
Get Toby and James in here. They'd probably have a conniption.
What is a conniption?
That's what they'd be having if they had to cast it. We'll be potentially dangerous. We'll stay alive a little bit longer as Certito happened to get a little bit close. So let's just send it, I guess, into the waiting arms of the shelter here. And that's actually not the worst play, honestly.
It's passive though.
It's super passive.
Yeah, they're playing for placements at this point. Tiggleton will get the knock onto Michael as Sonics will go with the drive-by. Come on. Oh my god, Tig, you are just better. Okay, we see you. Penta falls. And you know, you were saying about Friendly Fire being in such a great spot. Sonics were like, yeah, that is a great spot. We want it.
Yeah, GG to that, I guess. Yeah. Sonics. Certito wants this. How bad do they want it though? Do they want it bad enough to
trap them?
Oh my god, they're trapping them.
They're your comrades in arms. They're from. Oh my god.
Oh god. Oh no,
it rolled away.
It rolled away. That's what you get. Well, Friendly Fire's eliminated, so Toyo at least doesn't have to worry about them. Toyo. Benya's in the E pickup. Pippi and Emmy coming in on the south side. Outlaws is down there, but I don't know if they'll. Oh yeah, Benya gonna try to go for it to try to rejoin him, I guess.
Oh, he's getting shot at from everybody. All the Outlaws.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Benya could be in a spot of trouble here. Isn't this game just full of silly sausages tonight? This is Toyo down to 2 as well. This is hilarious because Toyo have 2 and they're on 84 points trying to stay in, and the team chasing them have 2 and they're 4 points behind. But they're just north of center circle, and Toyo 180'd. They don't like that shift. They're going somewhere else.
I don't know if they know what they're doing at this point. They look lost. Just, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Whatever was working yesterday, it is just completely disappeared for Toyo. And I don't know if it's one of those things, man, where it's like you put so much pressure on yourself, and especially after having a performance like that, if you're not used to it and used to just having that mindset of shake it off, whatever, good or bad, whatever happened yesterday is yesterday, and today's a brand new day, and we just got to keep pushing forward. Like, it is tough, and Toyo's finding that out here today. But you know what? They still might make it, though. They still might make it.
Paro, yesterday, all their troubles seemed so far away.
They sure did. They sure did. Now it looks as though Tiggleton's on his way as he's wrapping down south, and Sonics have just entered full raid boss mode.
Why not? You know, they can get top spot. This is kind of, I think this is their mindset now. They're on 114 points. 123 is top spot, and they're like, you know what, we'll finish the day with a win. Let's finish strong. Then we'd have Gascan, Sonics, and TSM as your top 3, which wouldn't surprise anybody watching whatsoever. But Tiggleton, he's got a nice little angle here onto the Outlaws, but I think that the covering fire from the 2-2 split is just forced Tiggleton to turn.
They spotted him. He's going to have to pull back just a little here, but Nick is going to spot out Shrimzy. What a spray there. And, just gets off of the roof in the nick of time and gets back into the compound. So that should be a resible as Tig. Oh, nice grenade from Kick. Actually going to find Nick, so they won't even be able to push this. But look at this. Outlaws now collapsing onto that. And that's going to open up a little bit of room here for Toyo. So hopefully they read that. Hopefully they saw that. And we'll see where the next zone decides to go, since there's so much freaking space to play around here. And why not 55? You know, if there's any team that plays better when half the lobby has decided to stop caring, it's than 55. I don't know who it is.
I'm telling you, they're the last two map team. But yeah, that zone shift as well. It's over for.
Oh, there you go, Toyo.
Let's go. But this is over now for potentially dangerous, because Sortito are locking them in. They're literally being bouncers at the door. Kickstart will get a knock on to Curry, or as Curry now falls. So Sonics up to 8 kills now. We'll make it 9 in just a few seconds time. Maybe Toyo can get involved in this action. You can see Pipa off in the distance is putting down some suppressing fire as the other member of Sonic steps across. Shrimzy will take down Gibble, and that leaves it all down to, I believe it is Gump now, stepping through the smoke. Kick will stun him, and then the push will come from the side.
Okay, Shrimzy stopping down right now, and I was hoping for Pancha for potentially dangerous, that maybe Pancha Tagayo would be pressuring Sortito, but Sortito, they are having none of this. They are saying, I know we've got 35 points, but we want to finish with 37. Because we're not leaving here until we kill you.
They're fishing. They're literally fishing. They're sitting at the hole. Like, it's something you would see in Tom and Jerry, or, you know, Animaniac. They're like, come on. What do you call the guy who hunts the rabbits again?
Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, Elmer Fudd. Let's hope that they've got better aim than Elmer Fudd has, though.
The Wabbit season. I feel so bad for potentially dangerous here, man.
Oh, they baited them. Look, one's driving away just to make them think it's safe. This is cruelty.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, they're not leaving. They're not leaving until they get those 2 kills. Like, why would they? It's not like they have anything to play for here. They're going to the LCQ. Like, that's just it. And what are we doing here? Oh, we're carrying. No, Sortito.
There's no car. Potentially dangerous of no car.
You stayed here that long. What are you doing? Why would you leave? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose I'm gonna lose my S.
I'm fuming. Actually fuming. Steam coming out of my ears. You've just ruined their game and your own, and you're not even going to get the extra kills to make something off the back of it. You know what? I'm not even I'm gonna make sure that Matt doesn't even eat the Sortitos in his house now. He's gonna put them in the bin.
Well, all right. They put themselves at least inside the zone on the south side of shooting range to try to catch them as they're coming in. We'll see if that works out. Sonics, meanwhile, shots down towards TSM as the zone does cut south and favors 55 again, because why wouldn't it? Unfortunately for them, Rats have finished off Gubin, so they now have a pretty good spot in here as we wait and see what happens with this Sonics and Tiggy. Yeah, picture in picture, you can see Sortito. Yeah, they got Glock low enough to where he dies to the blue, and Teeny is off in the distance, and yep, PD is pretty much done for. So I feel like Toyo, breathe easy, my friends. You have done what was needed to be done in the final game, and there you go. PD out in 9th, and we will be seeing them next weekend at the LCQ.
Yeah, 87 points was the cutoff in EMEA. Probably will be the same or thereabouts now for PAS, as well as Toyo sneak in by the skin on their teeth. Now, elsewhere, it's just a matter of pride. You know, for Sonics, can they steal top spot away? They're only a few kills away at this point, and a few placement points as well. Bonjay de Gallo, you know what? Wipe them out. Take out Sortito. You know, make them pay for what they've done to Poor Potentially Dangerous.
Hey, they've got 2 kills, so you know it is what it is. Working in silence, trying to go through. Oh, there we go. All of a sudden, we haven't seen anything happen in forever, and all of a sudden the kill feed is just lighting up like a Christmas tree. Hazetan, the last one alive for Bunch de Gallo. He's going to try to go for the res, but no, the shots from Sonics are now. Actually, I think that might have been Rats. Or was it Sortito? I'm not sure who the shots were from, but regardless, they pulled him off of the res for long enough. And now Sortito, they do get Lowly back on his feet once again. They're up to 3 kills, still have 4 guys left alive, but Rats are coming this way, and they have murder in their eyes.
It's going to get taken down by the Blues. PSM need to make their way inside. Phase 5 does not, you know, tickle at all. It's a bit more of a painful scratch onto the HP. Rats pushing for a big win to finish off their weekend, but as you can see, Finn's going to get knocked, leaving it down to Gats and Bale as DSM, they ended their own night. They decided to take it into their own hands. Toyo go up to 87 points, the same cutoff point as it was in EMEA. 6 teams left alive, and with Sonics with 3 up, you feel like, see if Sortito win this game. If Sortito win this after what they've done.
Oh, no. I've gotten over it. I've moved on. I'll let them have it.
I'm salty.
Sortito will finish off Rats. But as you mentioned, Sonic's already making the push down here. They have 1 point. They're 2 points away from taking over that first place spot away from Gas Cans. 12 kills in the bag already, and they're going to find the knock on Averis as they'll find Robert as well. Lowly now. He's kind of sitting low on ammo here as well. So Tig will keep his attention briefly. Lowly will get flashbanged and have to pull back. And now, so Laucha had a nice angle. Lowly will go down to Shrimsy, though, as he's just pushing through with the MK14. Because why not?
Justice Warriors. Sonics, my guys. Yeah.
First
How'd you like
place.
that? How'd you like that, Sortito? Sortito, Tiggleton, did no time for what they pulled off. So we've got 3 teams left alive. Toyo goes up to 90, making sure that the cutoff in NA is even higher than it was in the EMEA. Win for this region, in my opinion. Got to take them where we get them.
We'll take it.
I'm clutching at straws here, Poro. I'm clutching at straws.
I understand. Well, you know, it's not a competition, especially because if it was, we just won Esports World Cup. So we've been picking on Toyo a lot for their performance today. It's been bad. But that being said, in this final game, when they had 4 points, they've done exactly what they needed to do. They stayed alive. They, you know, avoided the fighting. Now they're getting involved. They've got 1 kill so far to at least get that point, and they've got whatever placements they're going to get off of this at the end of the day. You know, it's Sonic's pinned down in the north side. 55 also kind of looking in that direction. Toyo and 55 aren't looking at each other, so everybody's just kind of looking at Sonic. So this might be a tough win for Sonics here, but they do have a lot of smokes.
And you just know the final circle, the final map of the final day of the group stage has got to get as many smokes in as possible to burn everybody's computers to oblivion. As
of course,
Kill Demo is the next target for Sonics on their, move for just as many points as they can potentially get. Toyo, they get up to 90 points now. It'd be crazy if they actually end up finishing above Falcons, but Kill Demo gets the knock on the Tig, who overextends himself just a little. 55 are the last 2 maps raid boss every single day. Like, imagine how good they'd be if they could put 6 maps together.
I know. It'll be actually wild, and Toyo will actually secure another point for themselves. There you go. Kickstart will finish off Kill Demo. But it's just Shrimzy and Kickstart, 2v2 versus Toyo. They've got a lot of room to work around here as we're only in phase 6. And I'm pretty sure both teams should have a pretty good idea of where everybody is. Pippa and Emmy just have Sonic pinned up against the wall here. It's really just a question of if this flank from Emmy is going to work, or will it get sniffed out? Will it get spotted by Sonics?
Positive for him, though. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, so that's worth something when you're going for a flank play. You look at Sonic's, on the other hand, Shrimzy's vest is pretty much spent. Kick does have a level 3 helmet of his own, but it has seen many, many better days. But Emmy spotted them. Emmy knows exactly where they are. Now, Emmy, you got to time this right. Okay. Is your stream frozen too? Is it just me?
No, I'm good. I'm good. And there you go. He's actually
going
to get the spray. And there you go. Double kill from Emmy to finish this off. And Toyo gets the win. Look, it was a rough day for sure. But when it all came down to it in the final game, when it mattered, they delivered. And they have secured their spot in the grand final. They can rest easy next weekend.
Yeah, my stream died there for a second, so I missed the end.
Oh, unfortunately. But you get to see this.
Yeah. That was Sortino too, by the way. It was them.
Of course it was.
Potentially dangerous at the start.
Sortino just getting in everybody's way here at the end, Matchroom.
I mean, can you even really get the most mad at the capabilities of what we saw try to come out for potentially dangerous or elevate? Instead, it's just more of Sortino and Donkey Destroyers that just kind of decided, nope, your destiny isn't in your hands, it's in mine. And they just decided to mess with them as much as humanly possible. Look at how many, remember we had Bestia even start the crash over here. There were so many cars over here, Poro.
It was insanity, but I mean, that's what we were expecting, right? Like, we were expecting insanity from these last couple of games, and that's exactly what it delivered. And to their credit, Toyo was able to sail through the insanity despite having a very rough a really rough day. They did exactly what they needed to do, so kudos to them. Sortino showed a little bit of fight in them, showed a little gumption at the end, and Sonics, well, they couldn't just let gas cans have first in this one, could they? They had to go on the hunt here at the end and make sure that they secured first place in group stages for themselves.
And thank you, Sonics, for being aggressive at circle number 6 whenever it was a 2v2 instead of trying to go for the tactical counter move for 2.5 circles. That would have been probably one of the most annoying things ever. Respect for just making sure that this game 6 ended the way that this game 6 should end, right, Gibson?
Yeah, it really did feel like scrims at the end of it. I think
it did.
I saw in the chat then Gunnar was like, shaking my head, we can't even win a game, but they're still top of the overall leaderboard. I think, though, massive congratulations to the teams that did qualify for the grand finals. They earned themselves a bit of reprieve next weekend, but when you look at the teams that didn't make the cut for next weekend, it's a tough ride, right? Because you've got Legacy in that lobby. Potential the Dangerous have shown they can hang with the big guys. Donkey Destroyers are going to be there again, wreaking havoc, as are the Rats. Luna Galaxy are going to be there. This is a really strong lobby next weekend. And remember, only 8 of those teams can qualify through to the finals.
Yeah, and it is going to get spicy as we're going to take an overall look. So our teams that are going to the grand finals are going to be Sonics, Gas Cans, TSM, Pachao, Toyo, Typhon, Bestia, and Team Falcons. So with this right on the cusp position is going to be Wuju 2, and everybody over here on this right side, all the way down to Orion, that are going to be playing in our last chance. Just like you were talking about, potentially dangerous, having a good run. Legacy, Friendly Fire, working in silence. Luna Galaxy finally finding their triggers. But I also just want to point out Donkey Destroyers, for all of the memes, Poro, still got a halfway decent point total.
They did. Imagine how good they could do if they just quit screwing around in the early game and actually just try to play for late game. But we'll see what happens. But let's see. I think you also got to worry about legacy. You got to worry about friendly fire. I don't think we've really mentioned friendly fire. It's been a little bit of a slow start for them, but those guys are absolutely nuts. 55 too.
Yeah, I mean, 55 on their path to trying to get 55 points. This was a squad that has, like, a lot of these guys do have a lot of potential, not even just potentially dangerous. But I mean, working in silence is a squad on the first day that really, really impressed me. But this lobby today, Gibson, feels like it was so much stronger than anything that we saw the other 2 days.
Yeah, it was stronger, but it was also a lot more trolly too, to be honest. Like, it was hard for those teams on the bubble to put out their best performance when you have all the madness going on around them. But, you know, you see Sonics, who played today, finishing in top spot, Gas Cans, TSM, Toyo, Bestia, like so many of those top 8 teams played on Friday and today. But there's one team we've not mentioned really as one to keep an eye on this weekend, and that's Wuju too. Like, let's not forget, Seifu is one of the most dangerous players that plays in the region. We saw the impact that not having him had in the previous, you know, the previous PAS event for a day. Like, I genuinely believe that Wuju 2 should be making that top 8. If they don't make the top 8 with a team that they have, they will be kicking themselves.
Okay, I'll just be real. Wuju 2's fragging capability is ridiculous. I mean, we have seen Cowboy and Monster both have very recent pop-off events. Sneak Attack has got his own history of capabilities. And then, like you mentioned with Seifu, Wuju 2 has so much fragging capabilities. If they were doing what Donkey Destroyers is doing and just kind of driving them around the map, I would be terrified for everybody that's like not our probably like top 5 teams. If they bumped into anybody, Boro, it feels like they could just wreck them.
No, yeah, I mean, we saw what they're capable of during the Open Qualifier, right? But again, this isn't an Open Qualifier lobby. Now, to be fair, the Last Chance Qualifier will be a little bit lighter of a lobby than the 2 that they had to play in this weekend, but they did still manage to get 53 points yesterday. So I think maybe it was just a slow start on day 1, caught them a little bit. They managed to find their footing on day 2. I think the lobby next weekend will be set up pretty nicely for them to find some success and get in that top 8. Now, then you get to the grand final and you find yourself kind of in a rut again. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see what they can pull off.
I wouldn't be too shocked if our grand final lobby was pretty similar to the lobby that we had today, with just a couple of small changes here or there. The thing that I would be afraid of if I was coming into the Last Chance Qualifier would be Legacy. Legacy is going to be mad. Gizera is not going to take the sitting down, Gibson.
No, definitely not. Gizera's going to be back with a vengeance next weekend, and I feel the big thing for Legacy is there will be a little bit more structure in this weekend because you're going to play against the same lobby twice. It's not going to be a case where it's A versus B versus C. You've got 16 or 12 maps over 2 days against the same opponents. This is where Legacy should be able to find a consistency to get over the line.
Well, we have ourselves an interview with the man, the myth, the legend, one of the smartest minds in all of PUBG. It is going to be Wooly with TSM. Come jump in here with us, my man. I want to get what it's like to be as smart as you are about everything in PUBG, Wooly. And have to break down everything that you saw that stood out to you in game number 6 there. I mean, was it the person jumping out of the car 20 feet up in the air? Was it trying to like block in somebody with bunkers? What stood out to you as the most dynamic play in game number 6?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Nice to talk to you guys again. Definitely the bunker block for sure. Everybody's done the classic stick the car in the bunker so the guys can't get out, you know, type of play. So that's definitely the highlight for me.
Poro, go ahead. Jump in on this.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, obviously, congratulations on this weekend. So what are you guys going to do next weekend? Are you going to watch the LCQs? Are you just going to kind of prep for the grand final? What's the play?
Yeah, we'll probably just prepare. I have to roast the guys a little bit because none of them wanted to do the interview. So
I heard that they all dipped immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably just prepare and everything. Luke has to fly over to the US because he usually plays the finals from the US, like better connection and stuff. So he has to do that, and then yeah, just prepare and look at everything, have fun watching the LCQ. It's always fun to watch PUBG when you're not playing. So yeah, should be good.
Gibson, what you got?
As you don't even realize, not only is Wooly a go-to coach, he's like an icon of the Norwegian PUBG scene as well. He's been putting in work over there for a while. I don't know if anyone's seen him playing, but it's certainly a hell of a fun watch. Well, I suppose the question you have is, or that I have for you is, obviously you guys are incredibly consistent at the PAS level, right? You know, internationally, you're making those final lobbies as well. What's the next step for you guys to be, you know, to win those international events? Because you definitely have the 4 players to do it.
I think it just comes down to, like, so just looking at the last 2 tournaments for us, like PGS4 and Esports World Cup, we placed 4th in both of those events. But for us, like the Esports World Cup, it was a bit better because we really had the opportunity to win going into the last few games. So that's really like the main important thing for us is we just want to play well enough to give ourselves an opportunity to win, right? If we have the chance to win, like, then you know it will come eventually. But it's really just about being consistent and putting yourself in that situation in the first place.
So you are a part of one of probably the most historic rosters in the Americas. Yeah, I mean, it's I've been a fairly consistent roster with pretty much just one spot that's kind of moved a bit. So is it just the having the new player come in that has kind of reinvigorated you guys so much more? Have you guys like changed routines? It feels different watching you guys play. It feels like there's more of an inherent energy behind what you guys are doing. And even like we were talking about, it felt like whenever we were looking back at EWC, it was just that much closer for you guys. So what has been the change that's been kind of going on behind the scenes?
I think the main 2 things is, one, just all the guys are like really good players. They all bring something really good to the team. Each and every one of them, Alo, Sparking, Luke, and Purdy. They're all just like really good at the things they do well in the team, and without getting into like too much specifics. And the second thing I think is, like, all of us, honestly, we all had like a pretty rough year last year. Pretty much like we didn't make PGS2, we didn't make PGC. We were like sitting at home watching a lot of the big tournaments that really mattered. So I feel like everybody is just kind of motivated. Like, I think that really motivated everyone at the start of the year. And that's like the main thing for us is like, we just don't want to be in that position again. Like, none of us really want to be doing that, you know? Once you spend like a whole year watching and not playing anything important, then, you know, you really just, you want it bad type of thing. So
yeah,
I'd say that's like the main thing.
I was gonna say, even outside of the game, it was just a lot of life stuff that was going on with your guys. So it's great to see like that kind of become fuel for the fire to come in there. So you said that you needed to insult each one of your players individually. So I now give you the floor to insult whoever you would like to insult, or, you know, compliment, give some love to the fans, whatever it is that you want to do. The floor is yours. Have fun, man.
Oh, yeah, just thanks to all the fans, the support of the team. Like, it means a lot, you know, to the guys, like, see all the support in the chat and stuff. You know, especially like the Brazilian fans. I know the Brazilian fans love Sparking. You know, they're always watching Sparking stream. So, you know, love those guys. Love the OG&A SDK fans. Just everybody who supports the team. And yeah, you know, the guys, they're putting in work. They're doing good. They're all, you know, team environment's really good and everything. So yeah, we're just gonna try our best, and PGS, hopefully we can get back, and to PGC as well. So yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
Eyes on you. I have big expectations, but we know you can meet them. And thank you so much for being the TSM member that actually wants to talk to us. I mean, you are now you were always my favorite, but now you're definitely my favorite. And be sure to tell Sparking that, because it's very, very important that he knows that.
Thanks to you guys as well. You guys all do a really good job, and you know, we really appreciate the time you guys put into everything with PUBG and casting and everything. So thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, my man. All right. Well, you go have fun. You can go cut off, relax for a second now, like the rest of the guys have. Enjoy your victory lap. Is now we get to take a victory lap of our own with Oro Gibson. Final thoughts to kind of close out the day here. We'll go ahead and start it over with Gibson.
Yeah, honestly, I think most of the teams that are in the grand finals already, no surprises there. I think Toyo and Typhon, the only two that maybe caught me off guard a little bit with their performances, but elsewhere, it's going to be a lot of fun next weekend. We've got a really stacked lobby. I've got 5 teams that I would say should be certs to make their way into the grand finals lobby, and then 3 spots are up for grabs. That's just my take.
Ton of fun, as you can see. It's going to be happening on September 28th and 29th, 1 week away. And Poro, any advice or any closing thoughts on what these guys should be doing in Last Chance Qualifier?
Yeah, you know, go get points, I guess. I don't know. Get 8th, top 8. It should be a lot easier because you got some of the heaviest hitters out of this lobby now. It's still pretty dangerous, but you've got 2 days. You can't really afford to sit around and wait to get going. So that's my advice for you to make it to the grand final. But I'm excited to see this LCQ because I think that there's going to be some teams that we maybe weren't expecting to see that make it, and it should make for a very interesting grand finals lobby as well.
I just love all of the new blood that we've got coming in. So many teams having capabilities to kind of showcase. Just a phenomenal run, so I cannot wait for Last Chance Qualifiers for next weekend. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much to everybody playing. I know that there's a lot of happiness on one side of the leaderboard as now they get to avoid the Last Chance Qualifiers, and a little bit of heartbreak on the other side of it. So make sure you rally, get that mental together, get a good night's sleep, get prepared for next week. Make sure you guys tune in. It is going to be a ton of fun. And thank you so much for watching. Cannot wait to see you next weekend.
Time I close my